Yo, 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 yo! What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack and hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and welcome to today's live stream. It is Friday, the 1st of May. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You heard me correctly. Not only is this an important motherfucking day on the working calendar, being the eve of the weekend, a sacred time for working people. Oh no, it's not just that. It is May the fucking 1st, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. It is May Day and it's fucking Far Right Fridays. Oh yeah. Oh my god, what a deadly combination, can I just say. Govan in the house with the hype train. How you going? Hobo Joe, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your favorite and mine. It's Far Right Friday, the day to commemorate the right side of the political world. Right in many ways, not just right as in a direction, but we could also say correct there, because the dirty lefties that we are can't have all the fun. I would like to say that the dirty lefties don't have much fun at all, let's be honest. And it's up to the right wingers to teach us how to have a little bit of fun every now and again. Razor, yo, what's up? Mr. E, how we go? No cigarettes, please. We're in a public area, Mr. E. This is not a cigarette, actually. I am LARPing at the moment. I've been speaking to one of my partners in crime, and we were sharing stories about how all the badass revolutionaries, they have cigars. Like if you have a look at what was going down in like the 60s, with the revolutionary movement, like you wouldn't catch a revolutionary dead unless they had a cigar in their mouth. So I'm rocking it today because it's fucking May Day. It's May Day. So let us do our usual Friday traditions, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into anything else, but like with a special twist today. A special twist, it's May Day. So if you're not across this wonderful working tradition, I think you can trace back to, I'd say probably the time of Marx, maybe even a little bit fucking further than that. Yes, I did. I fucking did it. I fucking did it. And this is for you, all you revolutionary legends out there. But yes, I think you can trace May Day back to like pretty much the time of Marx and beforehand, the workers' movement generally, you know. The idea of the 8-hour working day, this idea that we don't work to death. You know that idea? Us working people out there. The only reason you don't work and then die from exhaustion is because of things like May Day. So we're going to celebrate that a little bit today. We'll go through May Day. But like, you know, first of all, let's just say a big thank you to the working class. I don't know how people on this stream do May Day celebrations. I think last year I went along to a rally. Maybe that was the year before. Like the unions were doing a rally in Sydney somewhere, and I just went along just to see what it was like. But yeah, celebrate May Day and whatever you can. If nothing else, just stop and pause and appreciate the fact that, you know, a large chunk of your lifestyle right now in the modern world is really provided to you because of the workers' movement, like the international workers' movement. It's a big thing. It's a monumental thing. Like this idea that you have in a day, time to work, time to rest, and time for play. Like that was unheard of before workers started fighting for their rights to party. So like that's a big achievement, I would say, in May Day. And then like there's so many other things that have come out of that. So many different liberation struggles have been associated with May Day events, general strikes, yeah, many historical occasions. But, you know, something as fundamental as you being part of the economy, but like not having to die of exhaustion and overwork, like that's just a massive fucking achievement that we've forgotten about. So happy May Day to you. Happy May Day to you as a working person. And it doesn't matter where you sit on the fucking culture wars. Honestly, left wing, right wing, fuck them. You can appreciate the fact that you are not a complete wage slave. You are a regulated wage slave. And like, we got to get the fucking wins on the board where we can. Just going to say that. Oh my God, he's right. The cigar makes me want to fight harder. Yes, right? The revolutionary potential within us all has been awakened because, like, you can sit on a cigar differently to a cigarette. Like, cigarettes, like, kind of just like, it's working class in the sense that you have smokos, so you just have a quick dart on a break, but a cigar, travels with you and it unleashes your revolutionary potential over time. Dilemmas, g'day. We need to change the world with Mystery Regime. So vote for my boy, Mystery. Yeah, you know what? If everyone else gets to have a fucking regime, why don't we get a regime? And like, we'll use the R word to its full potential here. Hope all you poor bastards had the day off. Actually, no. In Australia, we don't have, like, I don't think any of the states actually have Labor Day kind of celebrated on the 1st of May. I think in New South Wales, our Labor Day is like October, I want to say. So, no. But like, it's still a day for celebration anyway. So hope all you people around the world, if your country gets into Labor Day, you get your fucking day off and you just take a moment. You don't have to spend your day doing it, but like, just take a moment to realize how wonderful, or how much better, I'm going to say wonderful, how much better the fucking world is because workers fought for you to have some small fucking wins on the board. I'm not working today, if that counts. You know what? That counts. And I hope that's a solidarity thing and not just another mechanism that you have to use to play the game in order to survive. But like, if it is the latter, then, we understand. I get it. With the new Free Palestinian Party starting, when it's a mystery party signing up. When is the mystery party signing up? Right, sorry. Look, I don't know. I don't know if I can actually, in the wake of the genius that is Avi Yemeni, I don't know if I can actually follow that up and start the mystery party. Like, I would love to. I would fucking love to do that. But like, I have to give it some time. Our Labor Day is September. There we go. And that's like across the states as well? Or are we just talking about for the lucky people on the East Coast? But yes, May Day, remember it, celebrate it in your own way, enjoy the day if you can. And it's in Friday where I am. It may not be Friday where you are from, but let us take a moment to realize what a wonderful day it is. It is the eve of the weekend. You have worked, if you're lucky enough to have what would be now called a traditional working arrangement. It's an offensive idea, but exists nonetheless. But if you are lucky enough to have a traditional working arrangement, you are on the eve of those 2 days of freedom that working people, that's right, working people fought really hard to get you. In the past, so you could have 2 days out of 7 when you were away from the clutches of capital, i.e. you didn't have to serve the economy so hard. So like, enjoy the weekend. I hope you get some free time. And like, if you do have to work or something, I hope you get some compensation, penalty rates, I don't know, time in lieu, whatever the fuck. Hope you are duly compensated for your labor over the weekend. And it is at this time I would like to pay my respects to workers, past, present, and emerging. It is on your shoulders. Probably your back too, but on your shoulders that the entire modern world has been constructed. Think about it. Honestly, think about it. Look at everything around you right now. Everything. Unless you're coming to me from a medieval cathedral somewhere, or like, maybe you're coming to us from the bush right now, which is possible. But like, excluding those things, look around you right now. Somebody's labor, physical, cognitive, whatever you want to call it, went into making the world around you. Everything that I'm surrounded by right now is made by working people. directly, indirectly, whatever the fuck. So it is on the back of all of our labor and our continued labor that we enjoy the modern world. So let's just remember that as the working people of the world. Not only do we do in everything, all right, and get told what to do and directed, but whatever, that's a conversation for another time. Not only do we do everything, but we have incredible power. If we have the power to fight and get a couple of days off at the end of the week, if we have the power to fight to get a standardized 8-hour working day, so we're not entirely slaves to the economy. Think of all the things that we could really do if we remembered who we are. And so the job of this channel, as you would probably be aware of, and why we do what we do, is to raise working class consciousness, just incrementally, day by day, cigar by fucking cigar. We try our best to spread working class consciousness. I honestly believe that if you're looking for some type of revolutionary strategy, how you're going to change the fucking world, I wouldn't go any further than that right there, ladies and gentlemen. Just trying your best to help remind everyone that at the end of the day, what really matters is your interests as a working person, the overwhelming majority of people in the world. And once we see that we all have a shared interest in that way, we put aside the differences. The differences are many, but they are separate. They're separate. You can go and have your ideological differences on the side. That's what we do. We do it all the time. But let's just come together on certain issues where we can and fight for better conditions for the vast majority of humans out there. That's why working class consciousness is so important. I'm going to get off my soapbox now. You're probably sick of hearing me talk about this, but I like to spend a bit of time doing it anyway. Now, today is Far Right Fridays, as you have guessed. But first of all, we're going to do a little thing in homage to May Day. So watch this. We're going to India today to get a history of May Day. I thought this might be interesting. The workers' movement is huge in India. Can I just say, I think they are. I think the Indians potentially are some of the most forgotten workers' movements contributors in the world. They're the class struggle and communist activities, etc., etc., etc. in India. I think is forgotten largely in the West. So let's hear what they have to say about the history of International Workers' Day. May Day, baby. Let's have a little look-sees before we get into today's stream, Far Right Fridays.
As the world celebrates May Day today, in this episode of NC Decode, we revisit the history of International Workers' Day and talk about where we stand today when it comes to workers' rights and labor movement.
11 महीने से जारी किसान आंदोलन की आखिरकार बिहार की राजनीति में बड़ा फेरबदल देखने को मिल रहा है.
Tall Pine in the house early today. I hope you're well. Shout out to all my fellow working class stiffs. Shout out to you. And happy May Day.
It is yet another May Day or International Workers' Day. It is also known as Kamgar Divas or Antarrashtriya Shramik Divas in India. With rallies and protests, May Day is celebrated on the 1st of May every year around the world to recognize the contributions of workers and the importance of labor rights. This day has a rich history. Its significance dates back to the 19th century when
not just labor, labor is an honorable thing. We've heard many people left and right say that, but it's also about celebrating workers' rights and workers' conditions. No fucking modern world without workers' rights and conditions. We were talking about it yesterday when it comes to AI. A lot of people are like, yeah, AI might take all the jobs, but who's going to pay for anything if the workers don't have wages? Remember that. What time is it right now by you? I'm going to say it's 11:15 a.m. unless this is a coded question that I am intrigued and I really want to know why you're asking. Mike, I would like to know more.
Workers in the United States fought for better working conditions, especially building the 8-hour workday movement. In 1886, workers in Chicago organized a general strike to demand an 8-hour workday. On May 1st of that year, the strike began and workers all over the country joined in the protest. However, the strike turned violent and a bomb exploded at
Oh,
Hay-
you're from America. Okay, well, yeah, it's 11:15 a.m. here in Sydney, East Coast, and it's not like it's not a coded thing. It's actually about the time. Damn, I thought there was something else going on there. But yes, I am coming to you, and it's Friday too, so I'm pretty sure. For you, it's not Friday, and I'm coming to you from the future. So let me just tell you, Mike, before I tell anyone else, the future is bright. It's going to be full of working class action. Oh, yeah. Hobo Joe keeping the hype train going. Ooh, what did I miss on the Twitch world? Let's have a look here, shall we? Oh, holy shit. There we go, Jag. Giving out the gift subs. Hobo Joe subbing out too. Holy shit. Wow. Jag, thank you so much. So fuck, look at all of those subs. Holy shit. How many did you use? Gifting 10 tier 1 subs. Thank you very much, Jag. I really appreciate it. It helps a lot. U4AS. Hobo Joe on the train as well now. Gifting two tier 1 subs out to the peoples. Hopefully some of these people come back. I know that we had some new people coming in on the Twitch land before I went on leave, but I don't know if they've been coming back in. I just don't know if I can contact people. This is the problem. Like, my notifications don't get out, so I just don't know if people know that we're back on here on the stream. So thank you very much, Jag. Like, fuck, look at that, 10 subs. Hobo Joe, 2 subs in the house. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You too. Goes a long way and keeps up the working class consciousness struggle. Step 1, baby, workers class consciousness. Thank you. Thanks for helping me spread the message. Joining me in the fight. There it is. Time to go back to the future. Hey, gifties. Ravy baby in the house. Hell yeah. Need to show some support. Thank you, gentlemen. Clarice, that's a gar. Has you looking for ciphers? You know what? If you're wondering why I'm holding this, it's like I said, I was talking to my partner in crime and we were speaking about the best revolutionaries of our age, and they all come with a fucking cigar. Like, you don't see them without cigars. So, like, I thought, fucking May Day, let's do this. Let's act the part. KK, ready for some Alex Jones? Another great revolutionary thinker. Probably the best revolutionary thinker of our age, let's be honest. So, yes, I am trying my best. I was trying to hide it in revolutionary banter, but no, I'm just trying to copy the old Alex. He loves a good dart. Mike, it's 8:16 p.m. for me. It's Thursday. Well, let me tell you, Mike, like I said before, once you get to Friday, you'll be loving it. May Day, baby. It's coming to get you. I'm giving your channel a try because I'm curious as to how the rest of the world sees shit. Hey? Well, strap in, Mike. Yeah, I know. Well, we see shit in a variety of ways. But I think like the entire world has to see things through an American lens to a certain degree, whether they like it or not. So you're going to get a distorted American view on this channel, courtesy of Australia. Wage slaves have to inhale their cigs. A revolutionary can enjoy a cigar. Yes, that's what I was talking about before. Yeah, this ain't about smoko, baby, and just like getting a 5-minute break so you can smash down a dart. No, this is about like you hang on to this, you savor the flavor, like those revolutionary ambitions, ladies and gentlemen. Far Right Friday is the best day to tune in. It is. You won't miss out. But first, we're just celebrating May Day, and then we're going to get into the fun. Let's do this, baby. Let's do this.
Market Square in Chicago, killing several people. This led to the arrest of several labor leaders, and 4 of them were executed for their alleged involvement in the bombing. This event became known as the Haymarket Massacre and became a turning point in the labor movement. The Haymarket Massacre led to the establishment of May Day internationally, a day to celebrate workers' rights. In 1889, the International Socialist Conference declared May 1st as International Workers' Day to commemorate the Haymarket incident and to support the struggle for workers' rights worldwide. Even though its origin is far back in the past, May Day gains even more significance in today's society, wherein the wealthy elite hold disproportionate power and wealth, and there is massive exploitation of natural resources by corporations and a crackdown on labor rights, among other issues. May Day provides an opportunity to raise awareness about these issues and to call for a more just and equitable economic system that prioritizes the needs of the workers and the planet. In India, the labor movement has a long
Mate, it's vapes and zins. Now, what's a zin? I don't know what a zin is. I know vapes. And like, fuck, they're everywhere, aren't they? Like all over Europe, like vaping. And like the Europeans love to smoke. They smoke a lot too, but vapes are fucking everywhere. But is that the new revolutionary way for the 21st century? I have to get myself a vape. I don't know, man. I just feel more hardcore with this. Zin is dipping for pussies. The nicotine pouch. Ah, okay. I thought there was like I remember meeting some Swedish people and they gave me like this little, it looks like a tiny tea bag and it's got, nicotine or something, tobacco in it, and you put it under your lip. Is that what that thing is? Clarice, I'm from America too. I generally think our domestic perspective is manufactured almost to the point they say North Korea's is. Isn't that an interesting point though, Clarice? It's like, have you seen the North Korean propaganda where they're just like, have a look at these Americans, like kind of thing, and then they show all these like, I don't know, Black Friday sales where they're all crushing each other to get a fucking flat screen TV, and they're talking about like how propagandized Americans are, and it's like North Koreans making documentaries about how fucked the American psyche is. It's pretty crazy when you think of it like that, isn't it? Zin is the nicotine gum you keep in your mouth. Okay, right. Got it. That's the one. Okay. Stick with weed vapes, not the nicotine ones. Ah. See, I don't know if I could do it. Like doing like a 5 to 6 hour stream and just like fucking getting high the whole time. I'm sure I would just pass out after like the 4th hour or something. I just don't have it in me these days. Tulpine, it really is a prison planet for most. Yeah. It's called Snus, I believe. Snooze? Let's go with that. Snooze, I believe. Like the Swedish thing? I think it is, actually. And yeah, you stick it on your gum or your lip. That's a zin, a nicotine pillar, right? Sarsaparilla Jane in the house. How you going? Welcome. Yes, Snooze in Europe. Get a fat pitch of Copenhagen and get your lip rot off like a real man. Yeah, okay. That's how you end up like me. Spandog in the house. I love that it's a thing again. We brought back chewing tobacco and now we just need to bring back old spittoons in every corner. Yeah, with the sound effect too. Yeah, fuck yeah. Extra textures in the house. There you go. And yo, stopping by to say happy Friday and welcome back. Thank you. And it's fucking May Day today as well as Far Right Fridays. I just don't know which one to fucking point at first. But here we are pointing away. Sarsaparilla James, there's a fake North Korean doco called Propaganda that is quite full on, almost like a horror movie. It's pretty accurate. God damn. Fake North Korean like it's North Korean made documentary, right? Yeah, I can do anything high. I can't do anything high, let alone talking about these topics for 5 hours. Look, there was probably like a few months ago now. I had a brownie, maybe in a couple days in a row, and started a stream, and like I found like I was more like relaxed and like jovial and stuff like that. But I was like, I don't know if I can do this all the time, and like it was just too much for me. But it was a very light one, very very light one. So like you just get like a little bit of a buzz, you feel nice. And I can't remember the differences between them, like sativa, indica. It's the one that gives you energy, not the one that you just like and you want to like sleep on the couch or something. But like, it did like it gave me some ideas actually for how to stream differently. But like, I just don't know if I could smoke up all stream long. Larp Jeff in the house. You're back, baby. We're back. We are back. And strap yourself in. It's fucking Friday and May Day. Oh, yeah. It's good to see you, internet friend. Sativa for energy. for the couch. Okay, so definitely not the latter for what I'm doing. Granddaddy perps. Sarsaparilla Jane, I don't know if it would be safe to play on stream. Okay, well, I'm going to steer clear of that one then. Unless it's something that you can put in Discord. I can get someone to check for us. I'm the opposite. I get high. I still get shit done. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't remember the last time I operated heavy machinery, not high. Okay. I'm glad you put that in writing. Uh-oh. I was high before the stream started, LOL. It's the drunk ones where I become purposely contrarian. All right, so when Dilemmas goes to battle, everyone, we know right now that he's been having a few. I get that. I met medical gummies for sleep now. That's how I turn the brain off. Bloody insomnia. Medical gummies for sleep. That's an interesting one. I love how like the start of streams this week, we've all been like before, like what was it, yesterday or the day before, we were talking about fucking Earl Grey and coffee, and today it's just like talking about if we can function high. This is interesting. Thank you. And nicotine and etc. and all that sort of stuff. I'll post in Discord. Thank you. I have sativa and indica hybrid to help manage my symptoms. Got it. Half self-snitching. Yeah. Don't worry. I'm gonna tell anyone, don't worry. Claris, man, those weed vapes are no joke. It's like regular weed 100 times. I have no idea how people smoke that regularly. So like it's really strong, right? Because I've heard that like in Southeast Asia there's a large problem with like the vapes and all that sort of stuff. And like yeah, the young generations are just fucking baked all the time on the weed vapes, plus other things that they put in them as well. A bit hardcore. We watched a really good NK documentary last year, had a multi-stream deep dive. Oh, this is the one. Is this the link that you put out? Okay. Yeah, might be something we have to watch outside. We might be able to watch it on Twitch, but I wouldn't be able to get away with it on YouTube. Weed is almost decriminalized in America. How is it in Australia? Like it's medical purposes. I don't know. There's probably heaps more experts in the chat to answer your question there, Mike, than I am. But like, yeah, medicinal purposes, not a problem. Just have to get a script, and I think they're rather relaxed with it. They've relaxed over time. But like for recreational use, it's not on. Yeah. We are all just secret bong lords. Which channel should I put it in? Video topic suggestions or reaction recommendations. Either one of those, I would say. This is one of the anti-West docos. I'm more of a dabs guy myself. Sometimes you just got to blaze up and escape reality because some days reality sucks. Yes, and like hence why... This is one of my theories. I'm sure you guys have probably come across this, but like in the spirit of what Tall Pine is saying, this is why they have largely criminalized drugs for a long time, except for things like nicotine and caffeine, stimulants, because these are the types of things that help workers actually get through the working day, but like things that are not conducive to them being productive as workers in a wage worker to capital relationship, like getting fucking high and like questioning reality and relaxing and like, you know, asking more I guess large questions about life and the universe or, you know, your existence generally. Like that sort of stuff has been largely banned and suppressed because they don't want people thinking too much about stuff. They're happy for you to smoke, they're happy for you to drink caffeinated beverages to stay on point when you're at work, and they're happy for you to drink after work and on the weekends because, you know, they don't want you to fucking question things. Just forget about it over the weekend, get sloshed, and then just make sure you're ready to rock up on Monday. I think if it's not like a conceited effort in a conspiracy theory sense, I think there is a definite relationship between the types of drugs that have been legal and permissible in capitalistic society and those that have been shunned by capitalistic society because they're antithetical to having good little workers everywhere. Now you have the true followers that share life stories and fun discussions. Yeah, there we go. Pretty stoked to be literally ripping a bong and look down to see Kay calling me bong lord. I approve. But no, damn, all the drugs weed is giving their youth problems. Damn, of all the drugs that weed is giving there, sorry to say Korea, but time to harden up. Yeah. I think they do mix with other things as well. And like, I'm not even sure if it's synthetic or not. I'm not sure about synthetic versions of weed. I'd say, you know, just my default would be natural all the way, ladies and gentlemen. Why would you need to synthesize that shit? Yes, pass it along, me lord. Pip pip. Clarence, I haven't smoked in over 3 years, but regular weed made me just have a good time, whereas the vapes made me wonder if I was even real. Not even in my body anymore. Yeah, they still have a long way to go. You can still get done for driving, even if you have had it the night before, and the discrimination in the workplace is still fucked. It's getting there with the legalized cannabis party, but still a long way to go. Yes, I found the driving situation is very difficult, but that's why, like, if you have a prescription, I think you have a lot more freedom. But like, yeah, in workplaces, they discriminate against it pretty hardcore, actually. I remember when they brought in the drug and alcohol policy at work, and the union said nothing. And like they could just like randomly drug test you, and like we were all in the office, and they're like, we got to get these people, they're operating heavy machinery, watch out. I'm like, what? Not that dangerous. Maybe I might type an email wrong. I don't know, man. Far Out Fridays always bring the stoners out, like me, just here to watch a trash fire. It is a bit like that. We've had these conversations before on Fridays, haven't we? We definitely have. Yeah, I just have spliffs throughout the day, then oil at night along with my other meds. Better than taking pills. Dilemma's living life without some smoke is like going for a run without shoes. Yeah, you can do it, but it's a lot better with it. That's an interesting comparison there, I must say. Very different one. Interesting, I should say. If they made nicotine and alcohol illegal, the construction industry would collapse. See, this is what I'm saying. Like, there's certain drugs that are permissible in market size under capitalism because it helps workers cope, I would say. And they're permissible, right? What are people going to do without a smoker? We had a meth problem in high school. Someone passed from it in year 9. Far right. High days. Morning, folks. Woozle in the house. People are rocking up for Fridays. Hey, what are Australians' views on the American war in Iran? Oh, wow. Like, do you want me to just tell you really quickly, Mike? I think that's been summed up better by other people, but like the war is illegal and it really has no justification at all. Like at one point it was like, what was it? They're an evil regime and they're suppressing their people. They've killed, what was it like? What did they say at one point? They killed 46,000 of their civilians who were like, you know, protesting against an evil regime. So Trump had to come in. He was locked and loaded, ready to cancel out the evil regime or something like that. Then the evil regime was brought down in like, you know, the first 24 hours of strikes. They cut off the head of the snake. And then now the reason to stick around and destroy the global economy or continue to destroy the global economy and throw it into chaos is because they have nukes. And like, you know, for the last like, what is it, 50 years or more, they've been, you know, they've been 2 weeks away from getting nuclear weapons. And so America's got to save the world from Iran getting a nuclear weapon, from the people that are the only ones in history that have used nuclear weapons on anyone else. But like, you know, our general impression on the war is it's pretty fucked up, man. It's pretty crazy. But like, not unusual, us who live as vassal states to the imperial core of America, we understand that this is just how the game is played. So we don't like it, but it's not surprising. I don't know, is that a fair summary, chat? That's just for you, Mike. I piss in a cup for no man. Yeah, well, good on ya. So much for I don't actually have to do that anymore either. Meth was just like taking Dexies for me, but I always turned down the needles, never saw the appeal there. Fair enough. In Vic, you don't lose your license on the spot, but you still have to face court. But the magistrate will throw it out if you have a prescription. Yes. Okay, so prescription does protect you. But like even like the way that they test, I find that the testing equipment is the problem as well. Like, you know, it picks up THC, I believe, very easily. Like you can have it on your tongue for days and you're not even affected by it, and like you still get picked up from it. Depends on how you ask. We are a mixed bunch here. You know, Ravi, that's true. But like, I think most people disagree with the Iran war. I don't think we've had anyone here that's like, yeah, fucking go after Iran all the way. Ye old Americans. Unless I'm wrong. I'm not sure, actually. This is why I was a screen printer, ripping cones and squeegees. I'm for it medically 100%, says Claris, but I will never forget that vape, bro. Felt like I was watching a movie through my own eyes. I wonder if there's other things. This is what I'm talking about with the vape crisis that's going on in Southeast Asia. I wonder if there's other things that are putting, because like how are you going to take the vape apart and find out, or like, I guess you could test the chemicals in it yourself. Is it affecting your gas prices as well? Fucking oath it is. My God, it is. I think it's come down a bit, the petrol price, but yeah. We went up to about 11 a gallon, give or take. 30,000 plus in 2 days. That's right. Yeah, it went from a few hundred people to over 30,000 people have been killed by the evil regime. Yeah. 11 a gallon. Fucking A. Depending on location. Most of today's world leaders should smoke a joint and chill the fuck out. Yeah, could you imagine if that was mandatory before meetings and stuff? That would be very interesting. Very interesting. Change the game. Hype. Another glorious day, fam. It is a very glorious day so far. Very interesting conversation going on here, too. Mike says, Trump is a stain on society. He caused this crap when he didn't need to. Well, welcome to the stream, baby. Yeah, there's no way at the moment to test how much THC is in your system. Yeah, it's a bad way. $11 a gallon is insane. Gas? Yeah, what's that? Yeah. They're talking about petrol and gas. I once had a small cone before I started driving and passed the swab. Maybe tolerance plays a factor. I know your tongue is just amazing. Hey, we're going to have to find out your secret there. What do you use inside that mouth of yours? What's your secret? Stream freeze, or is it just my connection? Uh-oh. Little F, but it's okay for me. Ooh. Is anyone else having problems with the connection? Let me know. Oh yeah, it doesn't look great here. Interesting. So let me just check my stream health. It's an error. And it's poor. Can people see me all right? Hear me? Anyone? Well, my tongue is amazing, so your theory checks out. All right. Yeah, stream is good for me. Okay, good. We're back. All right, we're back. We're back. All right. So apart from a little foray into drug life and like our position on Iran, we're gonna finish off with our little Labor Day, our May Day celebration here. Cali has the highest gas price in the country, about $6 a gallon. Average is probably around $4 to $5. Yeah. Maggie's always saying it because Iran says death to America, yet they choose to forget that America and Britain caused a coup to get rid of their democratically elected president. Yeah. It's funny how it works, isn't it? All right. If you are new here, you know who you are. Make sure you subscribe. If you're on Twitch, follow. And if you are on YouTube, hit the like button. If you haven't hit the like button already, I'm very disappointed with you. Like, honestly, I'm just so disappointed. How could you do this? You know who you are. Like I said, make sure you hit the like button. Take a second right now on YouTube. Hit the like button. And here, and this is for everyone, okay? It was uranium buffering for a bit, but it's cleared up. Okay, good. Thank you. Here is a link to my Patreon. It's in the chat. Go to Patreon and become a free member. Okay. This is not a money drive thing. Become a free member, please. Because like since coming back from leave, what I have noticed is I can't get notifications. People don't know the stream is on. But like I have, if you sign up on Patreon, I've got you on an email list. So at least you'll just get an email notification. So if you check your emails, you'll know that I'm back or like what the score is with streams. So all of you, please, if you haven't done it already, just go and become a free member on Patreon. So you can be on the fucking email list. Why doesn't Twitch tell me you are on? So I don't know. See, well, what's the point of even following on Twitch? This is what I'm saying. Like if you guys can, please, I would highly suggest it. Hit the link for Patreon and just become a free member. I've got you on an email list there. So it works better, I think. And just in case, you never know. The like button is 60 seconds away from developing WMDs, so smash the crap out of it, please. Mine says 11 to 14 people click like. Come on, Widow Trio. Hey, you know who you are. That's right. Well, I don't support Iran as I am Saudi, but it is not America that should control and say that this war is justified because in less than 300 years since its establishment, America has indeed waged wars and killed many more people than countries that have ever been established for 1,000 years. That's a startling revelation, isn't it? Thinking of it like that. In their short little history, they've done a lot more damage than countries that have been around for a lot longer. It's send me your email, but it doesn't show in the sidebar, even though I put it on all notifications. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know, man. 9 out of 10 dentists recommend healthy mouth hygiene to pass the test. Isn't that right, Dr. Rob? Yeah, thanks. Very good. Is that cigar chocolate? No, for real. Like I haven't used it in a very long time. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, and it smells really bad. But like, I'm not smoking in the house. But it's for my revolutionary image today on May Day. It's a sick day, May Day. So let's bring it on. All right. All the best revolutionaries had cigars. That's why I'm rocking it today, Woozle, if you're wondering. All right, let's do this. Clarence, I'm Sunny. Let's be honest. Saudi is a puppet of the US. They were moving towards normalization before the 7th of October. Unfortunate, isn't it? I think like the Gulf states are definitely there's a tale of two cities in the Gulf states. Like the people that are up the top control calling the shots, and then there's like the general population, like everywhere. The ruling class makes questionable decisions. All right, let's finish off the Indian review of International Workers' Day and May Day. Let's do this. Need to make cigars shaped bickies so I too can be revolutionary.
Long history, with workers organizing strikes and protests to demand better wages, safer working conditions, and the protection of their rights. Did you know the Indian working class was demanding an 8-hour workday long before the Haymarket affair in Chicago? In fact, the first recorded strike of the country's industrial workers happened in the newly opened railways way back in 1862 in colonial India.
I'm telling you, the workers' history in India is crazy. I'm going to have to do some study on it, but there's some really good and strong workers' movement stuff that's come out of India, and like huge communist movement there as well. Something to think about. The international workers' movement.
It all started when 1,200 labourers at the Howrah railway station went on strike in April-May of 1862, demanding an 8-hour workday. Keep in mind that the railway industry had only been introduced in India in 1853. This strike was an impressive accomplishment. After this, the early 1920s saw the early rise of labour movements and unions in the major textile industries in Bombay, Ahmedabad, and other places in India. In the years that followed, the labor movement in India continued to grow. In another important instance, a one-day strike against the Bombay Trades Dispute Bill in 1938 led to more than 200,000 workers of all trades coming out on the streets of Bombay in strike action. The bill had
Imagine that being in a strike with 200,000 people coming out onto the streets. That's fucking mental.
sought to curb strikes. The protesters also drew active support from workers in other major cities like Calcutta and Madras. Today, May Day is celebrated in India by a slim section of workers in the organized sector, as the major chunk of the Indian workers, over 90%, is employed in the unorganized sector with meager wages and poor working conditions. May Day was celebrated for the first time in India in 1923 in Chennai by the Labour Kisan Party of Hindustan. The party, led by Communist leader M. Singaravelu Chettiar, demanded that May 1st be considered a national holiday to mark the contribution of workers to the development of progress of the country. Now let's fast forward to the present day. Do you know that the labor movement has achieved significant victories in both the US and India? In the US, the Fight for $15 movement, which began in 2012 by fast food workers, has resulted in minimum wage increases for workers in many states. This movement was fueled by the May Day protests and showed the power of the labor movement to effect change. In recent years, there has been a renewed interest in labor activism in the US, driven by a growing awareness of income inequality, stagnant wages, and erosion of workers' rights. In the last year alone, first ever unions were formed at big corporations like Starbucks, Amazon, Apple, and Google.
They're pretty big wins, right? Starbucks. I wonder how many people in fucking America Starbucks employs. And Amazon, Apple, Google, maybe not as much in the tech sector. Amazon though and Starbucks, god damn. I wonder if is there any union activity in Walmart, or is that being completely crushed? The stream is buffering again. Oh man. Yeah, it's not liking it. I don't know why. Okay, it should be better now. Not for me this time? Okay. Should be a little bit better now. Hope it continues in that fashion. I do apologize.
Crucial victory of labor struggle, more than 200 Starbucks stores voted to unionize in 2022. However, the fight for workers' rights is far from over. Even today, workers face exploitation and unsafe working conditions. This is particularly true for migrant workers who often work in precarious conditions with no job security or benefits. The COVID-19 pandemic has further highlighted the importance of workers' rights. Essential workers have been on the front lines, risking their lives to keep the economy running. Yet many of them have not been adequately compensated or protected. Before we wrap up today's episode, we also need to talk about the recent labor codes passed in India and why workers and trade unions are opposing them. The Indian government passed 4 labor codes in 2020, which consolidated the existing labor laws and introduced several changes. However, workers and trade unions have been protesting against these codes, arguing that they undermine workers' rights and are not in their best interests. According to experts, the new labor codes make it easier for employees to hire and fire workers and reduce their financial liability towards them. This means that workers may not have the job security and could be terminated without adequate compensation. Moreover, the codes also increase the threshold for government approval for retrenchment or layoff of workers from 100 employees to 300 employees. This makes it easier for companies to lay off workers without any oversight from the government. The new labor codes have been accused of undermining the bargaining power of workers by allowing the government to decide on their minimum wages and working conditions. The Indian labor movement has been protesting against these codes since their introduction. Trade unions have been demanding that the government withdraw these codes and hold consultations with workers' representatives to ensure that the laws protect workers' rights and interests. So, as we celebrate May Day, let's remember the struggles and victories of the labor movement and continue to support workers and trade unions in their fight for justice and equality.
Let's do it. Let's continue to support workers in their struggles for justice and equality. Never going to happen fully under capitalism. That's why you need a revolutionary bent. You must keep your eye on the prize. There's no point, though. Let us just talk quickly about May Day here. There's no point, all right? having a workers' movement that is just there to improve conditions, because conditions don't last forever and they can be eroded quickly. I think Clarice has summed it up nicely. My understanding is that Walmart used to have butchers and they were talking about unionizing, and they literally destroyed that entire department instead of negotiating. The people that oppose the union movement or workers' movements will do incredible things to stop and block the workers' movement and claw back any gains that working people get. So the solution is not just to make a better world for workers within the current form of economy. You got to move beyond it. If you're serious about making conditions better for all humans, if you're really serious about that, you got to set up a new way of organizing the world, a new form of social order. It's the only way to do things. It's the only way to do things. According to Bing Bong, Razor, it is strange that India doesn't actually want its people. They are treated poorly. They are paid the worst wages in the world, even though the country is considered rich in natural and mineral resources. I think India has had the raw end of many deals over, the last few hundred years, I would say. And yes, they've been heavily exploited, and it's been hard for them with such a large population of people as well to transition into an industrial society and maintain good standards and conditions for workers. So they've always got an uphill battle on their hands, I would say. Very exploited working population, not just by their own state, but the world, the global community as well. I read that as news cuck, not news click. That happened here too in supermarkets. See, this is what I'm saying. We can fight for working conditions as much as we can, but at the end of the day, the system is against that type of progress. You got to do something about the entire system itself. Raven Baby, not going to lie, union representation at David Jones was the most I've seen in a workplace. They had great advocates. Interesting. Razor, a country cannot thrive without its people. There is literally no country in the world that has advanced without good salaries, high quality education, and excellent services. Yes, it is the bedrock, especially if you want to have a good consumer group, right? To help the economy go round, you need to look after your masses and not just extract value out of them. You got to give them something to help the system go round. All right. That's it for May Day. Thank you for paying attention. That was just for me. But this is for you. We are getting into Far Right Fridays here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start the day off with something that I am not happy about at all. But we're going to start the day off like this anyway. This was brought to my attention by your friend and mine, Hobo Joe, yesterday. And so if you weren't here, if you haven't heard of this exciting news, we've got a gentleman by the name of Avi Yemeni, or Mr. Yemen, as we like to call him. And he has done something rather genius, as he has self-described. He's an ingenious, if you're wondering. And so Avi is, what would you say, an independent journalist of the right-wing variety in Australia. He is a particular form of right-wing because he is an Australian Israeli citizen, hardcore advocate for the state of Israel, went over there and served. LOL journalist. I'm trying to be objective here in my description. And yeah, he's founded a site, I guess you would say, called Rebel News. And he just goes around with in your face, gotcha moment kind of work. And so recently, if you weren't aware, maybe the start of this week, he set up a party to go to the Senate in the Victorian elections that are coming up later this year. And his big idea was because of the way that the preference voting system happens in Victoria, there are cases where people put parties up to channel votes to other parties. So they might call a party a particular name and people might just vote for them because they like the name, but then that party has a setup where it knows it's not going to get in, so all of its votes go to another party that it's like friends with or something. So his brilliant idea, like he is staunchly anti-Palestine, or like any type of Palestine solidarity movement, which he calls as it's all lefty rubbish. So he's staunchly anti-Palestine solidarity. And so his idea is he's going to set up a party called the Free Palestine Party. And then he's just going to use those votes to channel to a party called One Nation, who is objectively a nationalist party. Have I described that properly? Yemeni is my main man. There it is. Well, do you know of Yemeni? Dude, your internet. Well, it's dropping out again? Don't blame me. Blame Australia and fucking the broadband here. It's not my fault, I swear. It still seems to be fine on my end. One Nation of MAGA. It's not dropping on Twitch. Yeah, maybe it's a YouTube thing that's going on. You haven't cut out once on my end. Ooh, I wonder if this is something wrong with YouTube then. Okay. Thank you, Twitch community. Look, I'm just gonna say it here. I'm to be honest, I'm more of a fan of Twitch World than I am YouTube. But like the search and discovery on YouTube is just, it's second to none. You can't get the search and discovery on Twitch that you can on YouTube. Anyway, here is, if anyone's interested and they're struggling though on YouTube, here is the link for Twitch. And you can go over and enjoy it there. The Twitch files. There it is. Come over to the Twitch files. It is superior for streaming. YouTube has been buffering weird lately. But I thought it was me. If Twitch Player was better, I'd be there. Yes, true discoverability is shit. It's difficult in Twitch for discoverability. But yeah, if you're struggling on YouTube, there's the link. Do yourself a favor if you can. If you can. But yeah, anyway, back to Govan's man. How do you know Govan? How do you know Yemeni? Anyway, he started a party. He's going to funnel it towards One Nation, which is like, yeah, a MAGA party, let's say. It's a good description. We'll take that. A MAGA party. And he reckons he's won. Leftists having a meltdown after I exposed the scam. I think he's trying to propose here that they're going to change the law thanks to his crafty and genius work. But like, let's have a listen and let's see if he's pulled it off. Zutu Castle learnt Thrax after jumping over. What up, chuds? What's your YouTube equivalent name there? Please, I would like to know more. Yeah, if you move over and you have, I'm Ravy. Oh, Ravy, right. Oh, you did talk about this. This is an, what was it? A Holy Grail reference, I'm pretty sure. All right, let's hear what Avi, he went on to ABC Radio to be potentially snuffed out by ABC. An ABC radio host was going to ask him hard questions about like whether or not his setting up this party was deceitful to channel votes from obvious lovers of the Palestine movement to a right-wing party that doesn't support Palestine movements at all, or the Palestine movement at all. And like, he's like, I completely destroyed this person. So let's watch Avi destroy this lefty loony from the ABC. Because this is, I guess, part of the right-wing pipeline in Australia. He's a big part of the right-wing pipeline, I guess people would say. So why not? Just here to watch a trash fire. Hi, people have moved over. Spanking. Okay, let's see if it's better here. I just need to see how Avi treats his friend Rukshan, who's just sits and takes it. The point of ragging on your mates is actually funny. I don't know this special relationship he has. He changed the title. The title of this video was "I Made Them Change the Law." Yes, thank you. He did have this, which is the only reason I watched it and was misleading because they didn't. Yes, when I saw this morning when I was prepping for the stream, it said, and like you put it in, did you put it in Discord? It had a different name before. It did. I made them change the law. Yes, see, it's here. It's here, Spandog. You're right. I got them to change the law. I wonder if it's just clickbaity purposes. He's such a fucking grifter. The audacity is almost great distraction to the monstrosities. I changed the law and the law didn't change. Yeah, I dropped it in the recommendations. It's still listed as it is there. Interesting. So cheap. You cheap bastard, you. All right, let's listen to this prick. I'll shut the fuck up. Let's do this.
Somebody better call the police because I think I just committed murder live on ABC Radio. And this is the reason why so many people want the ABC defunded. And I say that as the boss of ABC, being my uncle. I think he should, I like him personally. I think he should lose his job. I think you should lose your job. I think Australia, if we voted, if you want to talk about democracy, the vast majority of Australians would love to see you get defunded. Why are you against democracy?
Well, I'm not sure where the vast majority comes from, but
today I got to work to a media request from the ABC of all places. They were asking if I'm willing to join Raf Epstein on the morning show to discuss the Free Palestine Party, which I happily obliged. Which I get the sense, and you tell me what you think after watching the entire interview, that they regret.
I've come to hate the podcast news reporter voice all round. Fair enough.
The conversation. And if you agree, go to defundabc.com or scan the QR code to join the thousands of Australians calling to end this taxpayer-funded rot.
Mornings with Raf Epstein.
Victoria's the last state that votes in this way. The question is, could you be tricked when you go to vote at the election at the end of November? The YouTuber, online reporter, provocateur, however you term him, Avi Yemini, he says he's going to start up a Free Palestine Party at the state election. It seems the aim is to redirect left-wing voters to parties on the right. It is completely legal. It's called vote harvesting. Just keep in mind the Electoral Commission.
It appears that the Victorian election system has a feature referred to as vote harvesting, which is not something that exists in any other state. And there is a YouTuber called Avi Yemini who is trying to exploit this system craftily because of his incredible genius. Can you briefly explain this system that he's trying to exploit? I need this conflict mediated for me. Somebody explain what the fuck is going on. Here's the simple version. In the past, if you voted above the line in Victoria's upper house, you were effectively letting the party decide your full preference in order to preference order via pre-registered ticket. Parties could then make complex preference deals with each other, sometimes involving many micro parties. This meant candidates with very small primary votes could still win seats if they accumulated enough preferences through these deals. This system led to some surprising outcomes, most famously in 2013 Australian federal election, where candidates with tiny vote shares got elected after elaborate preference flows. Victoria abolished group voting tickets in 2016. Voters now control their own preferences more directly, similar to the federal Senate. Vote harvesting is more of a political talking point than a formal feature. You usually refer to group voting tickets, a system that used to exist for the Victorian Legislative Council rather than something unique. the claim is that this type of preference voting only exists in Victoria and not the rest of Australia. Can you explain how the Victorian system is different to the rest of Australia? So in Australia, for the internationals, we have preference voting. And so like you can write down not just who you vote for and tick a box or put an X in it and then fuck off. You write down numbers. And so like if your candidate or whatever doesn't get enough votes, like your preference, your second preference then gets counted and so on and so forth. And they conglomerate these numbers to decide who is the most appropriate candidate based on preferences. But I'm struggling to see how that's any different to what happens in Australia. What used to make Victoria different before 2016, Victoria used group voting tickets, parties controlled preference flows behind the scenes. That system enabled the preference harvesting. But Victoria abolished this in 2016. The Senate abolished them in the same year. Victoria does now, and how it compares. Optional preference voting above the line in Victoria today. You can vote above the line and number at least one party. Your preferences flow based on what you number. This is very similar to the Senate system. Senate asks for at least 6 preferences above the line, but one is still counted as formal under savings provisions. So it's not unique. I'm confused. When you voted, it said that at the top of the voting sheet, I'm pretty sure, it told you how it worked, which makes sense. I don't think even he thought this party had any real chance. This is what Steve Bannon spoke about doing with Clive Palmer to push Scott Morrison, causing his win in the unlosable election, by-election this weekend as well. I swear you can put 1 to 5 above the line. So maybe they're just screwing with the preference system then. Because it doesn't sound like, unless like our research assistant here is completely off, it doesn't sound like they have a unique system more than they're just exploiting the idea of preference voting. Tall Pine choice is an illusion when it comes to voting. We choose from an already pre-selected group of candidates to vote on. Yes, we do. Bourgeois politics, baby. You're not actually voting. It's not direct democracy, let's call it. Hey, Tall Pine. Yeah, you can vote above or below the line. I vote below the line. Fair enough. I think this is just a general hack at our preference voting system, then. Hey, he's such a crafty motherfucker. Nobody knows what's going on. Hey? Well, talk about operating machinery high, and suddenly you get blanket. Wait, that was blanket censored. Surprise, lol. But the weird title change does imply that he's not just trying to start a party and actually drum up votes. Seems like he's going for the publicity stunt to push law reform. 100%. And like this is like, you got to give it to him. Like, I know he thinks he's a genius and he's probably circle jerked himself multiple times over this, but like, it's clever, this type of stuff. And for a YouTuber, this stuff is clever because, like, you know, people get invested in the fucking drama and then they want to see how it turns out. And he just puts something like he's winning and he's going to change the game. And then people come back. It's like an episode of a TV show series or something. Like you want to come back to see how it develops. Like, all this stuff is very clever for YouTubers. You know, you can make so much content out of this shit. No, it looks like 1 above or at least 5 below. I'm voting a straight Yemeni ticket. Yeah, fair enough. It's time to move to Victoria then. So anyway, you and Yemeni are going to be able to, you can enjoy his party for yourself there. Go, man. I thought this is well known when the shooters and the fishers or environment parties are just all shell parties for vote absorbing. Okay. Thank you, Sarsaparilla Jane. We've got some education going on here. I'm just trying to figure out how much bullshit this guy. But just bear with me for a
Voting
second,
is
okay?
simpler than you'd think. When you vote in a state election, you're voting for who you want to represent you in the two houses of the state parliament. There's the Legislative Assembly, known as the lower house. The party or parties that win the majority of seats in the lower house forms a government. And the Legislative Council, known as the upper house. The lower house ballot paper is the smaller of the two ballots issued to you. To vote, put the number 1 in the box next to the candidate you most want to see elected. Then number all the other boxes in order of your choice. Number every box and only use each number once. The upper house ballot paper is the larger of the two ballots, and there are two options for completing it, above or below the line. To vote above the line, put the number 1 next to your preferred group of candidates in one of the boxes above the black line. This means that your preferences will be determined by the group you vote for, in line with one of its group voting tickets, which you can check out on the VEC website before you vote.
The music is great.
That's it for voting above the line. You leave the rest of the ballot unmarked. To vote below the line, you need to number at least 5 of the candidate boxes below the black line in order of your preference. You can continue numbering if you wish, but you must choose at least 5 candidates. Oh, and if you make a mistake, just ask the election staff for new ballot papers. They can help you with other voting queries as well. See? Too easy. Visit vec.vic.gov.au.
Thank you, Sarsaparilla Jane, for the information that is not from our friend here. It's like a tease, and they probably won't be able to do anything real about those matters. So Avi can't even can't enter Fed politics, but he's free to sully state and territory. So what does this achieve beyond torturing people of the state that he's located in? Am I missing something? No, I don't think you're missing anything at all. It's just drama for the sake of it. This is how this YouTuber does in those stuff. So that's right. Avi is banking on the above the line vote so he can preference the vote that he wants. Yeah, so it's just like any preference system. I don't think this is fucking unique. I think Avi is about 110% number one bullshit. Yeah, fair enough. If he's right about the sack the Dan Andrews party, then I get why. But that's a big if. Well, he might be. But like even if he is right about it, right? Like it doesn't, like, what do they say to kids and stuff? Like, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Like, if he's exploiting a system, like, he's still fucking exploiting a system. And what's he doing it for? Just to, like, stick it to Palestinian supporters. I think there's multiple things that he's getting at here. He's really, like, he's fighting an uphill battle with the whole, like, hey, everybody's got to learn to love is not rail. They're so lovable, right? Hey, everybody loves the state of is not real. Me with the voting sheet the same length as me trying to fill in the numbers. They rely on people who think it's funny too. Don't forget the ignorant nihilists, which is probably his crowd too, right? I'm pretty sure ABC fact-checked that claim to be false. Well, there you go. Oh, we've heard it from the Victorian Electoral Commission right here. All right, back to it.
They don't make judgments on whether or not party names is on the right. It seems the aim is to redirect left-wing voters to parties on the right. It is completely legal. It's called vote harvesting. Just keep in mind, the Electoral Commission, they don't make judgments on whether or not party names are misleading. Avi Yemeni, good morning. Thanks for talking to us.
Good morning, Raf. How you doing?
Are you trying to trick voters?
What do you mean trick voters? We're trying to free Palestine. What's confusing
smug
about it?
Fuck.
I think for a lot of people, when they hear the words free Palestine, they are advocating against what Israel is doing. That's often a left-wing cause. I think you mean something very different. Is that trickery?
We're saying we want to free Palestine from Hamas. I think probably the story for you, Raf, should be why so many people in Australia, so many leftists are outraged.
You guys don't believe in the threat that is political Islam? Some do. Some do have this discussion. As in, like, what do you mean? Like, he's doing this because he's worried about the threat of political Islam? Is that what you mean? I believe we should not describe them as a state. They are terrorists occupying a legitimate country. I wonder the same about Fawn Hobojo. Yet, yeah, ye truther, it's Jews. You're gonna have to back that up with some more context there. Give us something to work with here, ye truther. Far Right Fridays heating up. Yo, what's up? Yeah, it's heating up, all right. Give up your RV Palestinian party. Look it up. Bro, we are looking at right now. We're hearing him like talk on ABC about what an ingenious he is. And he's just the way that he answers questions as well. What? I am about freeing Palestine. What are you talking about, man? Orange juice. What's the reference? Let me know. I'd like to know more.
By this one, what do they want? Do they not think the first step to freeing Palestine is getting rid of Hamas?
If I voted for your Free Palestine party, where would my vote end up? Who will you be directing preferences towards? The socialists?
Certainly not. They don't want to free Palestine. You to parties that have committed and have shown that they want to really free Palestine from Hamas, which would be One Nation. Absolutely.
So isn't that tricking people? That phrase, I'm not debating what you think should happen in Gaza. What I'm asking you about, that slogan is Free Palestine.
Raf, are you telling me that left-wing voters are that dull that they will vote on a slogan? Is that what you're admitting to here?
You call them...
Like, these are like those big, I gotcha asshole moments. Like, it's just like, what? They wouldn't? Oh my God, that's the whole idea, man. Come on. Oh, he's so clever. He's so clever.
Useful idiots, I think. Do you stand by that?
I absolutely. I think that it's not just the left. I think there are three groups now in the political spectrum. There's the far left, the actual far right, and Islamic communities that will vote just on a slogan. Yeah, they are useful idiots. So we might as well put their vote to use.
Are you saying that people in the Muslim community are idiots?
I'm saying those that will come to Australia and vote on one issue about a conflict on the other side of the world and for their internal hate for Jews, yes, most certainly fit that category.
So you don't think it's misleading?
What's interesting, Raf, were you upset when the Sackdown Andrews party ran last election and funneled their votes to Daniel Andrews? Did you talk about it then? Why are you so upset now?
I talk about this issue at every election.
Did you talk about the Sackdown Andrews party?
I talk about this issue at every election. You can try to ask me questions, Avi. The way this program works, I invite you on. I ask you questions. You can say whatever you like.
Avi, I play 4D chess. You have any 5D chess? I actually know the reference.
But I'm not going to get into you asking me questions, but you can respond.
I'll take that as an answer. Of course you didn't, because it didn't suit you. Now you're upset about it. You're the same person that brings on Sarah Schwartz every second day as a representative of the Jewish community, where she's absolutely not. And that's
not true. But can I get back to why
she's not a representative? What's not true in that, Raf? Which part of that's not true?
Can I get back to why I invited
Sarah Schwartz doesn't represent anyone in the Jewish community. She
Avi, I'll fade you down. If you want to have a debate about things that you say that I did that did not happen, then I'm not going to continue the interview. If you want to talk about the group voting ticket rules, I'm happy to keep going.
Talk about
yeah?
Let's go.
So it's completely legal what you are doing. My question...
Avi, you don't represent the Jewish community either. Well, he seems to be judge, jury, and executioner on this one. So just let him do his thing. He gets to decide who really represents the Jewish community, apparently. Eh? The political elite laugh at us. While we're divided, they are totally united. When it comes to politics, yes. Like, I do not doubt how fractured the bourgeoisie is. Like, the people that control the world economy. But when it comes to, like you said, when like political matters, they know how to come together and show solidarity to make sure that they maintain their power and dominance. And they'll play the long game too. But yes, we have no solidarity. And like this prick here, his job is to be as divisive as fuck. He is one of the foundations of our system. anyone who promotes culture war stuff this much, like it makes a living out of promoting the culture wars. It just helps maintain the status quo in my mind. All right, back to it.
Question to you is, are you trying to get into politics by being dishonest?
I'm not trying to get into politics. I'm trying to take back our system. The voting will of the people in Victoria actually shows us that One Nation should hold many more seats and they'll win if this group voting ticket didn't exist. So we're actually levelling the playing field. It's a strategy that your side of politics have mastered for years. And suddenly you guys are upset. You don't have Raf, come on. There's a reason why Jews in Victoria tune in to 3AW, to Tom Elliott, because they need somebody to stand for them. In the last 2 years, they need somebody that actually supports them. You're not that guy. You have chosen a side. You're with Sarah Schwartz and the Palestinian movement.
So I'm not impugning your motives, so I'd appreciate if you don't impugn mine. But again, you can answer my questions however you like. It's an entirely legal strategy. Do you think it's a good system? Someone else is setting up the Save the Environment Party. She's anti-lockdown. Again, nothing wrong with doing it. No. Do you think it's a good system?
I think it's a bad system. I think it's a bad system.
So why exploit it?
Well, while it exists, we're going to play... You know that saying, don't hate the player, hate the game? I hate the game. I don't know why you're upset at me when Sackdown Andrews ran it, Labor Party ran it last election. What's his name? Drury, the preference whisperer, has been playing this system for years. Why has animal justice got a seat in Parliament? Because of this clown show. So scrap the system. Otherwise, what we're going to do is we're going to run parties based on slogans. And unfortunately, there's a certain side of politics that are dull and they will vote based on slogans. And if not, I don't know what you guys are
trying to attract the votes of people who you think are stupid.
Absolutely. I think their votes are being wasted.
Right. Will you run for the...
Such a smug shit. Hey, man, if the shoe fits. Isn't it rich, though, that they're arguing over such a dumb part of, like, our political system? Like, this guy's pressing him, being like, are you honestly suggesting that you are trying to make bank on stupid voters? Is that true? Like, it's like, hello? Have you not paying attention to, like, every election ever? That's all that happens, is that they send out propaganda and trying to convince a very misguided population that exists like anywhere there's a liberal democratic society. So basically uninformed voters, they're just trying to convince stupid people to vote in the party's interests, let's say, in a really roundabout way. It's really weird. And it's like we're stepping into some weird alternate universe that these two are fighting over the ethics of convincing idiots to vote for you. Like, isn't that just bourgeois politics in a nutshell? Like, you don't want informed voters. You just want people to vote for your party so you can, you know, do and practice your politics that aligns with whatever interest group or lobby group that has paid off your party. Like, this is not fucking profound shit that they're arguing about here. It's not even really an ethical discussion. Like, if in defense of Avi here, like if this guy's gotcha moment is like, hey, are you trying to get stupid people to vote for you? It's like, isn't that just politics? Like, hello? What's your argument here, buddy? Fuck, I hope his plan fails hard. Would love to see this smug prick try and claim that it worked. He will. And he'll put a title saying how he changed the system. Not going to lie, that was a hilarious pearl clutching from the ABC presenter. Well, one's doing it sleazily and the other's at least doing it to the point out how stupid it is. Voters are the mob, obligated to inform themselves, I guess. I think he even says at the end that Avi is right. He doesn't need any more of that fucking ego treatment. Resources exist, you untethered motherfuckers. Savage. He's just such a smug dick about it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
This party, do you want to run for One Nation? Who do you really want to run for or with?
I don't want to run for anyone, but I'm going to have to run in this election under the Free Palestine Party, and I'll decide. I might run. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. We'll decide.
Okay, so would you prefer to run as a One Nation candidate or a Free Palestine candidate?
When you see him interview people on the street and they're off guard and like he owns them kind of thing, like, you know, part of you thinks, hey, you know, maybe he is clever and like he's got this down pat. But like at the moment, he's not owning this conversation he's like, oh, I don't know, maybe I'll do it. And he's searching for some smart ass thing to say to catch this guy out. It's not as surgical, like precise as I thought he would be. I thought he would have had so much time to prepare for this conversation, to make this, as he described, I've committed murder on an ABC radio host. Like it's not as clinical as I thought it would be, to be honest. Maybe he's just really good at catching people off guard in the street and like pissing them off. So when people get, when people get you get upset and agitated, you're easier to slip up. Like this ABC radio host is not really taking the bait from this guy, and he's got nothing interesting to show for it. If this ABC host doesn't really take the bait more, then it's just kind of lame, I guess. It's sad, but I think it's for the clips and the shorts. Yeah, I guess so. More views. I can dig it. Somehow this chaos is random. It's definitely chaotic and it's random and all those sort of things. I don't know what and it's random and all those sort of job with this ABC host. Like he said, he murdered him. Like I thought it was, more, what's the word for it? Like Silence of the Lambs style. Murder scene, like classy. He's like taking his head off, eating his brains while he's still alive, as opposed to just like a bloody murder scene. Some type of passionate, enraged murder scene. If we're going to follow his line of thought there as he murders people, he'd assume his plan is so foolproof he doesn't have to sell it. To criticize it would prove the left hypocrites in his mind. Yeah, right. Or it's orchestrated.
What's your preference?
I don't want to run at all. I love my job. Raph. Holding people accountable, holding the ABC.
Can I press you on that, Avi? If One Nation came to you and said, we really want you at the top of our ticket somewhere, would you talk to them about that?
Why are you assuming they haven't done so already? I'm not interested in running for politics. I'm doing this now to make a point because you haven't done your job all these years. Suddenly you are doing your job. And this is the reason why so many people want the ABC defunded. And I say that as the boss of ABC, being my uncle. I think I like him personally. I think he should lose his job. I think you should lose your job. I think Australia...
Avi Yemini has made a claim that his uncle is the boss of the ABC. Can you confirm who he is referring to? He's such a stereotype Jew, just complaining constantly. I choose Sophia. Also, just a side note, poor Raf, whoever he is, whatever his views are, that's a terrible last name to have at the moment. There's no credible evidence that actually has an uncle who's the boss of the ABC. Who's running the ABC, managing director of the Broadcasting Association, is David Anderson, current MD. There's no Yemeni's known family background. His brother Manny Wax. So who's he talking about? Does anyone know what he's talking about? Unless this is just... Have a great weekend, peoples. Off for Music Friday. See you later, Woozle. Maybe he's just lying. Why would he say that multiple times, though? I'm confused. Maybe he's just He's talking about someone else. He's talking out his ass. Yeah, okay, fine. Did he just pull out, yeah, I've got an uncle who does that lie? I guess. But why would he go there? And why wouldn't this ABC guy call him out on it?
If we voted, if you want to talk about democracy, the vast majority of Australians would love to see you get defunded. Why are you against democracy?
Well, I'm not sure where the vast majority comes from. But, sorry, you just said something there, Avi, that I really want to try and pick up on.
Sure.
You said, I've assumed One Nation haven't spoken to you. Have One Nation asked you to run with them?
I talk to One Nation all the time. No, they haven't asked me to run with them. But if I wanted to run with One Nation, if I asked them, I'm sure they would happily accept me as a candidate. But I'm not going to. I don't want to. I'm actually...
Maybe it's his Italian uncle. Yes. So good. That one's for you, Ravi, baby. Enjoy that one. He's Zio. Hey, his Italian uncle. Yes, let's destroy and make Judaism the only religion. I think this is what he thinks in his mind.
Now I'm the leader of the fastest growing political party in Australia. We've got over 1,000 members. We've had to shut it off already. We're registering today. We're very excited, and we're very excited about the fact that leftists are so outraged that they might end up cancelling this group voting ticket. And I hope you give me credit at the end of it, because all it took was me starting a party that plays on the silliness of...
Like a lot of politicians, Avi, a lot of people claim credit for when things happen and you're allowed to do that.
Why are you talking to me today, Raf? Why are you talking to me today?
Well, because it's newsworthy.
Exactly, exactly.
Do you make any money out of forming the party?
No, I lose money. It costs $840, mate.
Well, I'm just not sure what the donation rules are at the moment, right?
We're not taking donations. I'm not going to be campaigning. I don't need to campaign to free Palestine. They do it every week in the city. That's our.
I don't need to campaign to free Palestine. They do it every weekend in the city. That's fucking hilarious. Yes, they are campaigning every weekend in the city to free Palestine from Hamas. You lost it on that one. Funny though. Let's just say free Palestine to Hamas. Oh my God. So good. Hello, I am back and I bought a gift. It's a good gift. It's very good. Okay, that was actually pretty funny. Why is it anytime I start a party, everybody gets drunk? Am I doing it wrong? Oh man, to be fair, that is actually a clever line. Like, it's clever, but like, it's not promoting his party's ideals. I would struggle to see like the regular weekend rallies actually tabling that they want to get rid of Hamas out of Palestine. But like, you know, it's so close. It's so close. It's funny on many levels.
Campaign. I might use Marine Faruqi in...
As if he doesn't have an Italian uncle backing him. Yeah, goddamn, definitely. If they can give out what was it? They were giving out $7,000 for influencers to say nice things about Palestine. Like, could you imagine what he would have access to? I'm going to say that he gets it, but like, if they give out $7,000 for anyone, my God, he'd have some Italian uncles behind him. If anyone's wondering what the hell we're talking about, Italian uncle is called uncle in Italian is zio, and like there was a period where it was difficult to talk about Zionism or Zionists and all that sort of stuff. So that's the reference. Not to give it away, but if you're wondering what the fuck we're talking about, that's it for you. It got layers of why it's funny too. Great. The whole point of this move is to not actually tell your super secret plan to everyone. Yeah. It does exemplify the point that he's making, the stupidity of the rules. Bravo for that one. To say nice things about is not real. LOL. Azalea Banks spoke about it ages ago. God is Soros funded. Was Hitler's beef? Essentially, these abstractions beyond race war would have been interesting to see the Nazi/Arabs alliance play out. Oh my God. Oh, I thought it was Italian uncle. It was just Mussolini. Alliance. Said like Zio. Okay. Whoops. More layers than Abbott eating an onion.
Parliament to help our campaigns, or Fatima Payman, all these clowns that have made it their single issue objective over the last 2 years to harass Jews. The same people that you platform every single day on your show.
Well, I don't platform people. I invite them on, and it doesn't happen every single day. But like I said before, Avi, I get to ask the question.
Why don't you have actual Jews on your show that represent the Jewish community instead of Sarah Schwartz, who represents?
I don't know, man. His name is Raph Epstein. Like, he's got to be Jewish, right? Is he arguing with him that he doesn't have enough Jewish people on his show? This is an interesting one. God, I forgot about that one. The Nazis aligned with the Zeos. They shared techniques. That's where Bibi's political alignment is, with the party that brought about the Nakba. Poor Raf and his last name. Abby is about to get very anti-Semitic. Yeah, watch out.
Why don't you have actual Jews on your show that represent the Jewish community instead of Sarah Schwartz, who represents nobody but the Palestinian movement? Why do you pretend that she is a representative of our community?
Avi, didn't invite you on to talk about different Jewish groups in our society.
To be fair, she's probably not a Jewish group.
At various times, and to be honest,
Sure.
none of them are on that often. But thank you for talking to us this morning.
You're welcome, Raf. Do better.
Avi Yemeni, I described him as an online provocateur. If you hadn't heard of him, you got some sense of him then. The point there is that what he's doing is entirely within the rules. And he is right.
Thanks, Avi, for your time.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Bye.
Defund the ABC.
And he's
If
entirely
you enjoyed
right.
that, make sure to like, comment.
And he's entirely right. Hey? Good on you, Abby. Hey, did anyone witness murder just then? Anyone? Anyone a witness to this crime? Hey? Oh my God. Do better indeed. Do better. And he is right, but he's an asshole. That was pretty lame end. Do better, Raf. Do better. I don't know, man. Like, out of that whole thing, that was like, in comparison to the rest of the stuff we watched for, I guess, like, you know, that was a pretty good ending, I guess. If you get kicked out of over 100 bars at some point, you got to wonder if it's your behavior that causes it. Well, I don't agree with Abby on this point. You can't force them to believe what you think. You can discuss or avoid discussing it with people like him. For us, it's like these right-wing grifters try to be Trump, but they don't have the skills. Yeah, they just don't have that aura that Trump carries around him. Like I said, like, he didn't seem as clinical as I thought he was going to be with this. He could have prepared for that well and, like, you know, really took this Raf guy apart. But, like, Raf just kind of managed that conversation. The crimes are archived, or they aren't. And if they are archived, we'll never know. ABC is very pro-Israel. I don't know what more they expect from them other than to never show the pro-Palestine. Okay, can we just all take a moment to recognize the comment that's just come through there? Like, this guy makes it out like the ABC is some left-wing machine that, yes, supports, I don't know, the eradication of the state of Israel. Absolutely wrong. Like, ABC is so pro-Israel. Like, so pro-Israel. Like, this guy should love the ABC. Should absolutely love it. I don't know. Yeah, I've got to give it to you there, Sarsaparilla Jane. Like, this guy is so far off the mark. It's just trendy for people in his circles to criticize the ABC. If people are wondering, for the internationals, the ABC is the Australian broadcaster. It's a public broadcaster. I think it's rather unique, the way that it's set up and stuff like that. I just don't think you guys really have a comparison in the US. Maybe you have PBS is pretty close to that. But I think the ABC is still more separated somehow than PBS is. But anyway, like, PBS seems to be completely a shell of what it could have been as a public broadcaster. But like, the ABC has a lot of power in Australia and gets a lot of funding, and people just fucking hate it from all sides of the political spectrum. But like, this guy saying that the ABC isn't pro-Israel is just or suggesting that it's against Is Not Rail somehow is just so far from the truth. So far from the truth. You're right, Sarsaparilla Jane. Like, they literally have to never talk about Palestine for them to be more pro Is Not Rail. It's pretty crazy. Spandong, yeah, Avi just knew he had a good plan and he didn't have any actual rebuttals and couldn't point out anything other than his hypocrisy instead of the validity of any other questions. Yeah. It's unfortunate. Like, I don't know why I expected more from him. I don't know why. Here's Avi getting rushed by some NSN for anyone who wants it. I think we've seen this before. Someone's put that up before, actually. That's probably, yeah, they went to court for firing a pro-Palestine journal. There you go. Journo, sorry. Claris, the existing power structure wants you to talk about political Islam, but the moment you talk about political Jewry, everyone is quiet. ABC is pro-anti-Australian, including being pro Is Not Rail. PBS is probably the closest. PBS, I think, is a close description. But I feel like, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong here, PBS has been completely decimated, right? Especially Trump has got even more funding from PBS recently. So there's not much of it left, I guess. But why do they need to be pro-Israel? I really hate this shit. Well, I don't know, because of like whoever controls it. Like, why does the governments have to suck off the Italian uncles so much as well? Like, why can't they have independent policy? So like, yeah, if it's a reflection of how our government treats the Italian uncle, then like it's the ABC does the exact same thing, right? But who's buying? I was there. LOL, you were? Yes. Where do you sit on this conflict then, Bravey? Marty Friedman Goat. Good Hasbara. You bought it because Jews are good at marketing, objectively. The recent Discord is saying Kimmel called for another arse attempt. I don't know what we're talking about. Give me some more context here. Ida Buttrose was put in charge by ScoMo and fired the journo because a Israel group sent her a complaint. Yeah, I was in the counter, not with the NSN. Though my Italian genes give me a great mo. Lovely description there. All right, we're going to move on from this friendly right-winger here to something a bit more light on and something that I just love. I'm not going to lie. It's fucking hilarious. And I hope they keep up the humor on this one. And this is kind of where we started with our Australian right-wing pipeline. I was systematically torturing all of you by going through the 3 seasons of the Please Explain cartoons, I guess you call them, that were put out by Pauline Hanson, or like tabled by Pauline Hanson, by what is it, Flatmate Studios, or whatever the names of the producers are. Anyway, they're back. Pauline Hanson is back, baby, with a new season. 1 episode's come out. It came out like last week or something like that. And we're gonna get it. We're going to get it. It's Stepmate Studios. Thank you. I was so glad you saw this one. Almost posted it too. I'm glad you should have posted it. Like, I almost missed this. I can't believe she came out with some more in gold and I've missed it. So yeah, let's all sit down and enjoy some cartoon ripping on the, I don't know, the federal government, etc., from the perspective of One Nation. Let's see how it goes. Also, the head of ABC's X News Corp, the decision to defend their actions in court was incredibly unusual, as it was obvious they would lose, but they wasted taxpayer money to fight the case anyway. Sarsaparilla Jade, and like seems like you've got a good cover on all this. Do you know what Avi was talking about when he said my uncle is the head of the ABC? Was that just complete nonsense that he was talking, or can someone like put a finger on what the fuck he's going on about? I would love to know more there. I would love to know more. All right. Anyway, let's have a listen, shall we? This one's for you, Jag. I know you appreciate this shit as much as I do. Let's do this.
Gah, this place sucks. I hate being the Grand Ayatollah. I wish I could be where there's endless beaches and beautiful women. Time to watch my favorite Australian movie.
We apologise for interrupting a great Australian film to bring you the Prime Minister.
The Prime Minister?
I have managed to secure Australia another 2 full jerry cans of fuel. Oh, come on, leave me alone.
What a nothing burger.
No, it wasn't. That was a very important national address.
What are you doing here?
Grand Ayatollah of Iran. Please, can I have some fuel? I've travelled all over the world. I've begged. I've grovelled. I've completely embarrassed myself. Please, I'll do anything.
Anything? If I can have permanent residency in Australia, I'll...
Endless bitches and beautiful women. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's Australia in a nutshell. Thank you to Flatmate Studios. Beaches, endless beaches, bitches, and beautiful women. Please, can I? Shit is unhinged, but there's hope. Oh man, I don't know. The head of the ABC's ex-News Corp. It doesn't list any relationship with that. Okay, well, like, what the fuck was he going on about? What a tool. He is a fucking tool then, isn't he? You can't even trust him when he's throwing out stuff like that. I wonder what the reference Avi was making then.
Give you as much petrol as you can ask for.
Ha! Deal!
I don't think he has any idea I'm a terrorist. I don't think he has any idea that I don't care.
All right, tomorrow we leave for Australia.
How did he embarrass himself when he did achieve the goal of securing us more fuel? I don't know. And like, it's hard to say, like, is this just dated now, this episode? Because he actually did achieve more fuel. And they actually got more jet fuel just the other day as well. So like, I don't know. I think they just make fun of it. Or no, they criticize it and just hope that people don't actually know the truth, I guess. Right? I can't believe they're about to make a Lakemba joke. This is fucking hilarious. Oh my god, Lakemba all the way.
Leave for Australia. Lakemba, your new home.
But I thought Australia was beaches and babes and barbecues.
Not anymore. This is the new Australia.
Hello, Snack Pack. Betty's Burgers.
More jet fuel? Pauline will be happy about that. Yes. So good. So good. Oh my god. I love how this is like every one of those trashy right-wing video shorts that you see about like how in 50 years your country's going to look like this. Have you seen all of those AI shorts that right-wingers share? And they're like, it's like Sydney Harbour and you can see the Opera House looks all like disheveled and there's like all these Arab markets everywhere and no one speaks English and it's full of brown people and stuff. This is one of those jokes. Like this is too easy. Had to be Lakemba, LOL. So good. I used to live in the next suburb over. Yeah, this is my hood. I know this area. And like this is exactly what it looks like. It's with like the fucking sandstone everywhere, great walls, giant mosques, little Arab markets. It's so good. It's so good. The Chic Shack.
Not anymore. This is the new Australia.
Hello, Snack Pack. Betty's Burgers. Shake Shack. The Alo Akbar.
Are you experiencing culture shock?
No, this is exactly the same as Iran.
The same as Iran? Does Iran have this many NDIS providers? I bet not.
What is this NDIS?
It's the National Disability Insurance Scams. A scheme.
What is the difference between normal rug and NDIS rug?
Well, mainly just the price tag, but don't worry about it. It's just taxpayer money.
But that is economic
Allah Akbar serving alcohol is wild. I'm so glad I understand all of these references. And leave the snack packs out of this, Pauline. That's too far. Oh, man. This is similar to how the uneducated see us. Oh, my God. The best thing about this is that it works with any Ayatollah.
Sabotage. We would never do that in Iran.
Well, you're not in Iran anymore, Ayatollah. Welcome to Australia, a proud progressive place where the cities are full of culture that'll stab you in the face. So why not move out to the country and breathe the open air? Just don't expect water or diesel or hospitals out there. Along the way you'll notice renewables by the score. Our obsession keeps exploding like your power bill more and more. And when you go to rent a house, you'll find the market quite intense. But don't you fret, my foreign friend, just buy with 5%. Still the planes keep landing, still the numbers climb each day, and still I say let's migrate more until this nation fades away. Welcome to Australia, the lucky country, where the prices keep on rising, no one's living comfortably. Welcome to Australia, it's great, it's cool, it's swell. Just pretend, my foreign friend, that things aren't going to hell.
He's a really good singer, Albo. I'm impressed. No Vegemite sandwiches? No, apparently not. We only have like fucking Arab marketplaces. Snack packs. Apparently. Wow. Men at work. Social services, renewables, food with flavor. They're threatening us with a good time again. Oh, man. The lucky country. Well played. I see what you did there. The singer is fucking great. I know. They've gone all out. They've got a great production this time, don't they? Great song, Albo. That sealed my vote. Yeah, man. God damn. You can sing like that. What else can he do?
So what do you say, Ayatollah? Which fake NDIS service provider would you like to be?
Even I don't think I can be this morally repugnant. Is there any other jobs for a migrant like me?
Well, sure. There is one other option.
DoorDash? No, this isn't fair.
Well, a deal's a deal, Ayatollah. I got my petrol.
That was, I can't believe I didn't see that coming. Is there any other job for a migrant? Hey, low-hanging fruit again. But, like, they fucking own it. They fucking own it. There it is.
No, this isn't fair.
Well, a deal's a deal, Ayatollah. I got my petrol, and all I had to do was let the Grand Ayatollah of Iran migrate to Australia.
What?
Shut up, Petty. I got so much petrol, I solved the fuel crisis.
How much did you get?
100 million litres.
Wow. Well, that's one of the biggest numbers there is.
Sure is. Do you have any idea how long this much petrol's gonna last us?
1 day?
What?
Oh, no, Albo.
1 is a really little number. Yes, I know, Jim. All right, get Bowen in here.
No, Albo, come on. He's a peanut.
I am not a peanut, Penny. Come on, Penny, don't call him a peanut. You know how salty he gets. Chris, what are you doing about the fuel crisis?
What fuel crisis? Who needs petrol when you've got renewables?
Well, apparently the whole country. Farming, agriculture.
I'm confused. Is this pro or against immigration? Yeah, it's a bit rough here. I'm struggling. The immigrants come. We need them for things. Hey, they're promoting DoorDash and the services, but also that we would let in anyone like an Ayatollah. I am a little bit confused with this one. Like, let's just say it can go both ways. They love immigrants. They love all the culture they bring. The food, the slave labor. But at the same time, hey, they just let anyone in. Right? Can't have that. But an underclass, let them in. Go for it. We'll take the food and the music, but just not the terrorists, apparently. Croc Turnbull suggested we all go to the airport and order Uber Eats. Then we can immediately find the illegals. Wow. Is this legitimate? The Ayatollah is Western educated and incredibly well read. So it's weird.
Which are mining, planes, transport? Yeah. But imagine a world that runs on sunshine and wind and cheap Chinese batteries. Whoa, sold! How much is it going to cost? Peanuts! Only like $1 trillion, at least. But we're already in $1 trillion worth of debt. Oh, come on, Jim, it's only one more. One is a very little number, Jim. Well, that's all the economic due diligence I need. Let's do it. Ah, great. Well, that solved that problem. And the best bit is it'll only take a few more decades. A few more decades? Well, what are we going to do in the meantime? We've only got 2 refineries. 1 refinery? You know what doesn't catch fire and blow up? Cheap Chinese batteries. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, there's no evidence of that. Oh, what am I going to do? I've only got enough fuel for one day.
Like, I didn't get the refinery reference. Did we actually have a refinery that like blew up or something like that, or caught fire recently? Is this fucking true? But like, damn, those cheap batteries though, they love catching fire, that's for sure. We just installed a larger solar battery. Okay. Yes. Yeah, one caught fire. Okay. Right. Got it. Kim Jong-un is Western educated too. To be fair, they nailed Jim Chalmers. Fiscal responsibility. Yes, in Geelong. Okay. But it is still able to refine. So there was like a small fire at a refinery and everyone lost their shit, right? We got the smoke from my place. Whoa, okay, right. God damn. The 80s were GOAT. Then the book ends to the 80s. All right, fair enough. The battery comment is so good, though. I'll take that.
You're looking at it all wrong. Oh, what am I going to do? I've only got enough fuel for one day. You're looking at it all wrong, Albo. We don't need to get more fuel. They just need to stop using so much of it. This guy's a genius.
Wasn't that small, just didn't affect anything vital. Got it, okay. And in a twist of irony, white people got rid of the white Australia policy. Sorry, Thomas. You might have to save that one for later, Delano. It's a bit early.
Can anyone think you're a peanut, Chris Bowen? Jim, give me $20 million. We've got an ad to film. Right, that's it. No more fuel. Catch the bus.
Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
What happened to Australia? I thought this place was strong. I came here for a better life.
What are the names of the beers in front of the
Place
bartender?
was strong.
Halal Lager, Beard Brothers IPA, Desert Stout. Oh man, it's so clever. But everyone was safe and they got the fire under control after a few days. Refinery slowed production. We're back up now. Anyone else remove their roof racks and check their tire pressure? I'm doing my part. But to save fuel. I really want that video, but with Trump when he was insulting Europe and saying he didn't want their involvement, and now he's embroiled in a war and wants their help. Huh, yes.
I came here for a better life. So tell me what went wrong. Albo's ruined this great nation, brought it begging to its knees. Though I'm the Ayatollah, he's more terrorist than me. Maybe we should just all go back to the shithole we came from. No, it can be better. We can live the Aussie dream. Come together as one nation. Put an end to this regime. You must hit the ballot box, and I will do the rest.
But Ayatollah, what will you do?
What a radical Islamist does best.
Oh my god. They couldn't help it. They couldn't. Australian government roof rack amnesty bid. Oh no. Allow alcohol is released. Oh man. Can we just send out some flyers to all right-wing families offering drama classes for the theater kids? That's hilarious. Oh, this video is fucking funny as fuck. It's ridiculous. It's definitely up there. We're going down some crazy territory here, ladies and gentlemen. Watch out. What a radical Islamist does best. I wonder where we're going now.
Huh?
DoorDash!
Huh. Looks like you couldn't get enough petrol to get the job done.
Probably couldn't afford it. Looks like our incompetence has saved the day for once. Yeah, and check this out. We've managed to score this super cool electric bike. Look at that beautiful cheap Chinese battery. Wait, cheap Chinese battery?
Oh my god. The cheap Chinese batteries. And they thought it was, what is it, Islamist terrorism the whole time. And little did they know the Chinese were going to destroy everyone with batteries. Eh? They were going to bring the whole world down. And nobody suspected a thing. God damn. God damn. Lovely, lovely. Thanks for watching, everyone. This is Far Right Fridays. Tip your waitresses. Yeah, I know you're having a good time. If you haven't done so already and you're on YouTube, make sure you hit the like button. Hey, helps with search and discovery. And if you're watching this on Twitch, make sure you follow. If you're new here, make sure you subscribe for more. Why do they never serve beer at a math party? Because you can't drink and derive. There's some good humor going around today. I think it's an innocent perspective on China, but the video is funny. Incorrect, sorry, perspective on China. It's just cheap. Like most of the jokes in here, they're really fucking cheap. Like the Chinese battery thing. Like, yeah, look, of course there have been incidents of batteries blowing up, catching fire, all that sort of stuff. But where else are you going to get your batteries from? Hey, there's no alternative. Interesting stuff. Very interesting. Here we are, Far Right Fridays, ladies and gentlemen. We are halfway through. It's all such low-hanging fruit. Like, come on. It's all low-hanging. All right, now we're going to take a weird diversion because I'm not too sure what this is classified as. Like, I really don't know how to classify this guy at all. But, like, he's come up on my feed. He's probably come up on your feed too, Australians. And this guy is called, this channel is called The Rightist Leftist. Now, what a confusing title that is. So we're going to have to figure out today whether this guy is left wing or right wing or like whatever the fuck he is. But like it's obviously quite clever that he's calling himself this. So I don't know if this suits Far Right Fridays or not. But like if he's a right wing lefty, then, you know, maybe this is how right wing people get into a pipeline. They listen to a left winger with right wing tendencies. I don't know, but I thought this might be an interesting one for a Far Right Fridays. Dilemmas. I bought German batteries. They are superior. They are superior option. Pissing in cups, a wee diversion. I see a theme. He says he's a lefty. Okay, just here to watch a trash fire. Is anyone across this guy and this channel? Seems to have basically come out of like nowhere very recently. Seems to be, knows how to run an algorithm, this guy, I must say. Like his videos are like a couple of months old, I guess you would say. Oh no, he's been around for a while, like 11 months doing this stuff. And yeah, now it's popping up a theme in my feed because I think it's the immigration kind of question. So let's read the description here. I've been watching him, caught his live stream the other week. Yeah, I've seen him for a while. Okay, nope, never seen him before. Watch his debate with a libertarian. Okay, maybe we'll do that instead. He says he's a lefty, but like, okay, so he's the rightist lefty. Let's do this. The economy has been rigged by billionaires and corporations to make them richer and screw you over. The economy has been rigged. It's pretty loose from a lefty. Like, it is not rigged, okay? This is the system, brother. Come on, wake up. Come on, quickly. Meanwhile, the right-wing slopper-gander machine is working overtime to keep hard-working Aussies stressed and angry, fighting amongst each other to distract us from the real problem. Economic inequality is at unsustainable levels. Here's the thing. It's so easy to unrig the economy. We just need enough politicians who aren't bought and owned to stand up and enact the solutions that will stop capitalism from spiraling out of control. So I'm hearing this guy's like a bit of a reformist kind of thing. Capitalism's fine. We just need to stop it from spiraling out of control. Join me as I unpack the issues, analyze the people in power, and explore the ways we can build a movement to take Australia back from the ultra wealthy and have an economy that works for all Australians. I didn't see anything right wing about Mr. the rightist lefty over here. Lefty, LOL. Very free speech, pro debate, lefty. Okay. As a libertarian leaning individual, that debate is a terrible representation. Okay. Even I couldn't finish watching it. I generally agree, but that guy can't articulate it properly. Okay. The libertarian guy that he spoke with. Okay. So what are we doing then, kids? Can we agree on something here, please? Are we doing the libertarian thing? I debate a libertarian. Or are we going to do lowering migration? Because that's the one that seems to be going off at the moment. 2.7k views. Will One Nation, the Liberals, or an independent win the PM? The deep state never looked so good. Yeah, well, they've been doing this they've been organizing for longer than we have. Well, organizing better, let's just say. Do we have a vote? Does anyone give a shit? But this guy's a rightist leftist. The rightist leftist? Is that what he's called? Yeah, the rightist leftist. With Nathan Ogilvy? Verily? Lower migration? Anyone? Right-wing libertarian discussion? It's 2 hours. We can't do that one. Not happening. All right, let's listen to this guy dissect it. The libertarian debate might help us place him more. Okay, fine. Let's do this. Let's
definition of a group. Definition of a group. Multiple individuals.
Yes.
So you're the bouncer at this elusive.
Well, slow down. I debate Matt, a commentator on the channel who identifies as a right-wing libertarian. We discuss our differing views on the role of government in our lives through a range of issues from dental on Medicare to aged care and immigration. Right-wing libertarianism. So we just jump to the...
You consider yourself like a libertarian right-winger? Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Is there like libertarian left-wingers? Apart from our very own Dilemmas, who is a social libertarian. Like, do we have left-wing libertarians? Does that thing actually exist? Are they like anarchists, I guess? Yeah, this is just debate lord shit. Oh, you've seen it? They had sped ahead in their aptitude. Seek, and you shall find. Oh, he's the most right-wing lefty. I don't know. All right, let's do this.
And I guess, you know, we could talk about what that means, but like the way I see the difference between libertarian versus authoritarian is like how much you want to use the state to actually enforce your opinion. And then what your opinion is a separate question.
All right, you just tell us when to skip then. Okay. I just want to know where this right-wing leftist sits. Let's hear him talk. I don't know if I've ever seen this guy. He's coming up. You have to speak to Dilemmas, Raby Baby. He'll fill you in.
So
yeah, sure. Yeah. And so that's the authoritarian / libertarian. What would you say sort of leads you to be more of a right winger? Like, you don't have to, again, on this show, you don't have to disclose who you vote for, but what sort of pulls you towards the right? What's the appeal there in your view?
Doesn't this guy look like a right-wing libertarian as well? Like, he just gives off that vibe straight away.
I don't know. It's really hard to put that into just one thing.
Yeah,
I guess if you go through issues, when I go through the issues.
Oh, I know this. The rightist leftist guy. There's a bit about migration and Western culture, if I remember correctly. Who shared this? Me and Dilemmas were talking about it the other day. It came up on our feeds. And so I thought if this guy's a right-wing lefty, it might be good for a Far Out Friday. Immigration? The economic consequences of low immigration. Should we do that? Yeah, let's do that.
Immigration before we finish. So I actually agree with you. So you said this was a comment that got us talking back and forth. I've got all the replies that we can go through. So you sort of said 300,000 immigrants per year. I don't hate the immigrants. I hate the policy. 100,000 immigrants per year. I still don't hate the immigrants, and I no longer hate the policy. So can we just stop with the word games, destroying our ability to have an adult conversation? All right, check in first of all. Do you feel like we're having an adult conversation now? Am I giving you the chance to speak? Am I railroading you, steamrolling you?
Yes, no. And also this was, I sort of realized afterwards that you were sort of saying that as a throwaway comment, but everybody says attacking immigrants. And I just don't really like that framing because it's kind of dishonest. But I don't think that's what you were saying specifically, that there are people who do attack immigrants and that was really your problem.
I mean, let's be really honest with one
Rhetorically.
They're not all racist. There's a contingency of those people that definitely hate immigrants, though. Or they see a brown person, they go, yucky.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm not saying that you're that or that they're all that.
See a brown person say, yucky. Oh, shit, I was joking. I kind of think he's more of a lib left.
But we don't want to, we're going to be fully honest. There is those kinds of people in society.
Yeah.
But let's have a real conversation about immigration. So I just did some follow-up. That was something about, you talked about people first. A few other people jumped in, so I'll get off that. Get to where we sort of went back and forward. So, so my whole point, I talked about that, just giving it so people can all see it. Most of the immigrants are international students or skilled workers. There's also, yes, family visas and things like that. But I agree with you, like the low birth rates in Australia, like a lot of my friends in their early 30s are opting out of having kids because of the cost of living and all of that. And yeah, we've got the case study of negative migration, which was COVID times. Rents I'll concede on one of your points. I'll be fair to you and all that. The rents did go down. You mentioned Canada as a case study. I don't have the data on that, on how much rent actually went down in Canada. You might have that to let the audience know, but I know it did marginally go down as that sort of economy went into a shock with a lot of immigrants going home. But I think with the cost of living, it's much more related to many other factors than just immigration. Like, do you agree with that? Or are you one of those people where it's like, we get that immigration number down and then everything's back to normal?
I think it's probably the biggest thing right now. It's like the biggest thing, and I want to say it's the easiest thing. I think it probably is the easiest thing because it's like.
So why do the immigrants come here?
I don't know. Like, I think that they come here because they see images of Western lifestyle in the media and they think that it looks great and they want to be part of that. And I think that it's a lie, really. I don't think that they end up getting what they want.
It's a lie. Western lifestyle isn't that great. It's false hope. Don't come here. It actually sucks. It sucks. And if the more people come here, the more it sucks. So just don't come. Whatever you've heard about Australia, it sucks. Just don't come here. You don't want to be miserable like us too. Seriously. Whoever's telling you this place is a fucking paradise, they're wrong. God, we got to get the word out. Look, I know how to solve the fucking migration crisis. We just need propaganda, probably done by ScoMo, right? He'd do a really good job. Instead of, where the bloody hell are you? It'll be like, just don't fucking come here. The place sucks. Not the fuck off, we're full line that you usually get when you go to like a March for Australia rally or something. Just the fuck off. We suck already. And like no one will come. Like that's a way better way of getting rid of people coming here than anything else. You think your country sucks? Wait until you come to Australia. That'll deter people. I don't understand. Do they think migration removes money from the economy? Because that's absolutely not true. A true libertarian would attack the supply side and cut government regulations to allow the market to provide. Immigrants come here because of restless leg syndrome, bro. That's pretty funny. It's like they think that we don't want to procreate because there's not enough physical space. Like, I don't understand.
What do they end up
I know
getting?
that's not what most people say. Most people probably would say that it's because for sort of more economic opportunities and things like that. But I don't think that that's what drives, I don't know. Like, I just think that there's a much more human thing behind it. It's like, I want to be on a Friends episode, you know? That's what.
Yeah, well, I would say that, you know, the income probably is part of that fantasy. That
When I say that, I mean, like, I want to be like metaphorically living as if I'm in the Friends show. You know that show from the 90s?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
So, sorry, look, not to sound disparaging of our fucking right-wing libertarian friend here, but he's saying that people come to places like Australia or to the West because they feel like if they lived here, they'd be living in an episode of Friends. Like, that's what Western culture is like. They'd just be like hanging out at each other's houses and like acting like they're in their 30s. I don't know, watching TV and sports together and drinking wine and shit. Like, is that what he's talking about? Western life is Friends, you know, with a rent-controlled apartment inherited from a rich nana. Yeah, with your adult roommates. Like, what the fuck? I told you. No, dilemmas, but like, come on. I know you're fucking politically savvy, but like a lot of people probably think like this, dilemmas. They're just like, yeah, people just want to come here because they think it's an episode of Friends, but it's not. Australia sucks too, man. Fucking hell. Oh, I forgot how internet pulp culture brain dead he is. LOL. This is very interesting debate, actually. You don't get this slice of Australian intellectual life often. With rich parents who funded our lifestyles. Have you heard of the show Friends? Yeah. It's more like The Wire.
That's sort of what. Yeah.
Yeah, they have a bit of a fantasy or an idea of what Australia's like, and that's probably better than the situation they're coming from.
Yeah, but I don't think that. I think it's sort of a fantasy. It's like a fantasy, as in like it's not actually realistic. It's not actually what they end up getting.
What do they end up getting?
They end up getting that they're not actually integrated into.
Which one are you, Mr. A? Chandler? A Monica? I've never watched it. I've seen so many cuts of it, so many people reference it, but it just looks like an absolutely brain dead show. I'm sorry if I'm offending anyone here, but like that type of, we've talked about American comedy and stuff like that before. I'm not a big fan of that style of American comedy where like someone's just like walks into a room and they're just like, did you see what I did? And then like, you know, the laughing track comes on. Like I can't stand that type of stuff. So I'm sorry if anyone likes Friends here. Apparently everyone on planet Earth does, including migrants, like especially migrants. But like I don't have time for that shit. I'm sorry. The best part of that show is Jennifer Aniston nips. Friends sucks. Okay, fair. Watch Couplings, the British version. Oh yeah. Nah, it's more like Crocodile Dundee 2, the one when Australia meets America. Very overrated. Oh, so there's some criticism. I thought everyone just loved Friends. Interesting.
This society, and that they actually, it's not what they thought it was like.
My mate said to watch The Big Bang Theory without a laughing track. Apparently it's horrifying. See, this is what I'm talking about. Yes, studio cranked all the way to 10 degrees and not a bra inside.
Either that actually it's a lot of rat race and struggle and yeah, they don't actually.
So it's just life. It's just real life.
It continues, and it's probably a little bit harder than it was at home.
So, do you see immigrants as a monolith like that?
Hey, Jag, check that bookshelf. See how neatly it's ordered as well? Do you reckon he's fucking read anything on there? He's got. It looks like he's got a bunch of classics, like the Penguin classic section at the top there. and the orange ones. I wonder if he's read anything. It's color coded too, right? And maybe this guy's been on an episode of Friends, eh? Yeah, I was judging him already. Thank you. Check out the fucking bookshelf, bro. What's this guy up to?
That they all don't integrate and they all don't. They all get
I
stuck.
would
in
say
a
that's
race.
the general experience for them when they come here. Is that they're not
What
actually-
data or like what metric? What could you provide me to prove that I'd be convinced? Because I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to.
So it's just a belief without much evidence.
Well, it's me seeing.
You consume media. Do you consume media?
I consume media and I look at stuff in the real world with my eyes.
Okay, so you've seen people
combine those two
not
things
immigrating.
together.
So you've seen immigrants not immigrating,
Well,
not assimilating.
If you look at like friend groups,
This libertarian is a fucking tard. Oh, I'm trying. We got to try here. This guy's struggling to articulate it. Like he's seen things, man. He has eyes, and so he bases it on what he's seen. Lived experience. You cannot discount someone's lived experience. Come on. If they're neatly ordered in collections, he didn't read them. LOL. They're just for referential aesthetic. 100%. 120%. If you organize your books by color, you either have extreme compulsions or you don't read shit. It's so true. Now, come on. Maybe he just likes a nice background. Libertarian interviewee. But vibes, man. Vibes. I was convinced the Aussie libertarian is the lowest IQ of all libertarians after watching this. I think people just like the name. I don't think people really understand what libertarianism is, I guess. The real trick question is, do you know the actual meaning of assimilation? I can guarantee 90% of people who state this nonsense don't even know the definition. Sitcoms had their day, but most are pretty awful to watch these days, especially with the bigotry, etc., on full display. People have moved on from that format, I think, and want more sophisticated products. Maybe not this guy, though, eh?
they tend to be like still separated by like what your background is. I mean, you have mixed friend groups, sure, but like most friend groups are like.
But do you have data on that, like psychological research from Australia?
Oh well, I mean, I
last 5
do.
years?
No, I think that is a thing. I think that's been shown with
Can I see it?
sociological.
Can I see it?
Can I see it?
No, you can't see it. I'm not showing you. No, I don't. I don't have it off the top of my head, but I have.
It's
seen it.
anecdotal. Can we look? Let's just. I'm not going to
It's
try and
anecdotal
trip
for
up here,
me,
but it's anecdotal.
But it is
evidence, right?
also like I do believe that it's been confirmed by studies that like people tend to have friend groups within their own background.
Could you give me like something to type in? I've got Google right in front of me. I'll find the study and I will. This is the thing. I'll be fair.
I've got
I'll put it up
Google,
for-
man. Give me the fucking study. I've got Google. I'm not afraid to use it. You have to change the incentives for immigration. No welfare unless you're a citizen. Okay. No foreign ownership. Extra taxation while you work towards it. Extra taxation. God damn. No foreign ownership. Friends is good for background noise. That's about it. What do you mean, like, no welfare unless you're a citizen? You mean like people who are like permanent residents and stuff like that and get access to welfare? My partner would have been fucking screwed if that was true. Like, it took a while to get the... She was on permanent residence for ages before she got citizenship. So we would have been fucked over a couple of times. With fucking medical expenses, that's for sure. My God. Interesting. So like that's how you stop people immigrating here? Oh well, you can't go to hospital. You'll have to pay for it. Fuck that. I don't want to immigrate to Australia. Immigrants don't get welfare if you aren't a permanent resident. Yeah. How can I believe this man is a real libertarian if he doesn't renounce Rothbard? Rothbard Mises, Hooper, Hayek, or the Chicago School. I don't think he's up to that yet. I think he's trapped on vibing off Friends. And then maybe after he's watched Friends with a couple of migrants, he might get to Mises, maybe a bit of Hayek. Joke's on you. I already do pay for it. Well, then you're a permanent resident in Australian status. We should stop creating immigrants first and foremost. Yeah, we should stop creating them. Yeah. Interesting. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Well, we should stop going around the world bombing places because we think they have an evil regime or potentially can make nuclear weapons. I don't know, man. The pathologies are ever expanding as they cite some new study. Well, then they cite it, but they can't Google it either, apparently. Hobo Joe. So it's only okay for white people to have only white friends. You can't claim that migrants only stick to where their own people without looking at their own culture, at your own culture. Not to be pessimistic.
The audience to see that immigrants in Australia in general do not assimilate.
I doubt you'd have something from Australia.
But you're talking about, this is the thing, right? So look, we'll go to the final comment. So this was a kind of your final, I didn't realize you commented this after, so I apologize for not responding. I'm not rude like that. Actually, this goes a bit off tangent to immigration, but you're saying, it's used as a threat against Aussies. Who's threatening Aussies with immigration? Just so I'm clear.
It's the threat that we're just going to, like, the people who were here in, say, year 2000 and their and their descendants are going to become the minority, as in, like, they're going to be less than 50% of the population. That's the threat.
So, like, white Australia policy, that we should have white people back in the majority?
White Australia policy was, like, nobody who is not from Europe or North America is allowed here. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, that's not what I'm advocating for.
Well, what do you have? I'm confused.
The other thing is, like, it's not just, like, I wouldn't be really okay with, like, 5 million British people moving here tomorrow either. It would have the same effect.
Yeah.
You know, I think a lot of people actually
by races.
I think a lot of people who wish that they had the White Australia policy back, they don't realize that if this country was swamped by Americans or swamped by British people, they wouldn't be happy with that either. And
Fucking Americans. Fucking Americans. Could you imagine getting swamped by Americans? Imagine if they came over on a boat, right? They got a whole bunch of Marines. Like, they just dropped off like 2,500 Marines and they just took over a city. Hey? That'd be crazy. Swamped by Americans. An outrageous claim. They would never do anything like that. I remember him in the comments bringing up great replacement stuff. LOL. Didn't take long for the mask to slip. You would only be so lucky. Yeah, fair enough. At least they'd bring some of their culture. They'd force me to watch Friends and other things that would make me cultured. Where is Han, by the way? I'm sure Han would be part of that invasion force. He definitely is Western monoculture brand. The man freaks when he sees a banana. I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry. We have thousands of their military permanently stationed here. Can't say I'm happy about that. That's not an invasion. That's an occupation. Different. We're part of the empire. I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry, guys. I'm really sorry. Let's do the immigration one. Maybe we'll find something interesting in here. I want to know what makes this guy so fucking right wing. If not, he's just a hack. He's just a lefty calling himself right wing to attract a right wing audience. What the hell? No, Friends is like put it on to fall asleep show, not a full attention show. Okay. I'll remember that next time I can't fall asleep.
It's time for Lefties Losing It.
The rightist leftist is that's a good name too, by the way. I like that
shout
name.
out to you.
But shout out to you, bro.
Shout out to you, bro.
Hello and welcome to The Rightist Leftist with Nathan Ogilvie. In this video, we'll be continuing the mini series on One Nation and their policies. If you didn't see my previous video, I highly recommend you watch it. It's a rundown of at least at the federal level, One Nation's policies as posted on their website. And today we're going to have a bit of a deeper look into what I think most people would agree is their signature policy around immigration, and have an honest and open conversation about immigration in Australia. Now, if you're new to the channel, my name being The Rightist Leftist, I am on, I would say, overall the...
Is this the pork that you butchered the other day? Quote unquote. Oh, he's so blue MAGA. That was Kyle? Yes, at the beginning. I'm so glad that you saw that. Hey? Good old Kyle. He's using Avi's tactic, lol. Yeah, I saw Kyle and started to not like this guy, lol. Kyle just seems like Avi, right? He's just such a fucking smug prick. They're not so different, those two. Let's be honest.
The left side of politics, but the whole purpose of this channel is I'm not a political expert, so I'm trying to inform myself on different policies and issues. So in saying that, the last video had some spirited debate in the comments between, it sort of caught the algorithm with some One Nation people. If that's you watching this video, welcome, and my usual kind of lefty audience. And for me, I actually think that's a good thing, because the worst outcome for Australia would be that we become like the US and being so divided on those kind of spectrums that we completely become siloed and in our echo chambers and not talking to each other. And in my opinion, that would be the absolute worst thing. So part of this channel's purpose is to pop those bubbles. Man. And yes, that can feel a little bit uncomfortable. You might hear opinions or facts that you didn't know before, you don't agree with. All I ask is that you come in with an open mind, as I'm doing too in the comments, but we'll see how we go. So let's start just with what is immigration, because a lot of the time, I mean, it's good to define our terms, but a lot of the time as well, it can get a bit lost in the meaning of what we're actually debating. So on its basic level, immigration is when people move from any other country to live, work, study, or settle in that country. And that can be either temporary or permanently. Immigration's been going on for centuries, thousands of years. It's a part of human nature for groups of people to move to other countries.
Like, we can add this one to the human nature debate, all right? Hey, human nature is what? To be greedy and to be violent. Apparently it's human nature. It's in human nature to be an immigrant? Who would have thought? Hey, who would have thought that humans didn't all pop up all over the world at the same time? Hey? They actually had to move around planet Earth, slowly taking up places as they found them, discovering new lands of opportunity. Part of human nature is actually to immigrate. That's a very, very interesting point. Add that one to your human nature debate next time you get into that conversation. Yeah, well, humans naturally migrate everywhere. They've been doing it for thousands of years, apparently. This is an interesting take.
And to resettle in other areas. And even in Australia, we've had waves of migration at different times, all the way from, the First Fleet, the Gold Rush in the 1900s, with different European waves of migration from Asian countries, Middle Eastern countries, more so in the 2000s. So in Australia, even though we've got really high immigration at the moment, it's not a new phenomenon in Australia or the world. It's something that humans have been doing for thousands of years. In Australia specifically, there is where the debate is, and what we need to distinguish is that there's what we call the migration program. And so that's kind of the government's set places for that permanent visa intake. So it doesn't necessarily factor in the temporary visas or people going in and out of the country, because we also have emigration, which is Australians moving away from Australia. So that number's constantly moving. So the government's current permanent visa intake place is 185,000. And when we're talking about that number of people coming in per year, minus the people leaving.
It's a factor. It's a factor.
That's what we call net overseas migration, or NOM. I'm just going to call it NOM for short throughout this video. And that's really where the debate lies, especially with One Nation or the more right-wing parties and positions, is lowering that NOM number, the net overseas migration. So the idea that every year people leave Australia and people come in, and you minus the people that have left from the people that have come in, and that's our net overseas migration, the people staying in Australia year on year. To highlight that more and visually, I know a lot of people prefer, I know I like my charts and visual diagrams, so highlighting what the NOM, the net overseas migration situation in Australia has been.
Everybody likes a visual diagram as opposed to any other type. Look at this, net overseas migration, 528 500,000 people came into Australia in 2023. 2024, 435 million people. No. Oh my God, 435,000 people, sorry, came in 2024. That's 528,000 people came in 2023, so 500,000. 2025, 306,000 people came in. 2025, 306,000. 2026, 260. 2027, the forecast is 225,000. So it's dropping. It's dropping. I went to the dispensary earlier with the bedhead winning. Welcome back from the dispensary. What type of dispensary are we talking about here? Interesting. And this is the little dip in the graph there from COVID, I guess. I wonder why he's showing this. It's the whole thing with the 2023 numbers. It's the lag from COVID? Weed? Oh, really? Well. Go then. Enjoy your dispensary winnings. Was the mass migration is based on a false premise? Well, it's interesting, different people have different views on like what mass migration is anyway. Like some people would consider, millions of people flooding into your country to be mass migration, as opposed to like 500,000 people or something like that. And this isn't really a mass migration problem. It's a migration problem, not even mass. It really just depends on the person you're speaking to. Yeah, I swear this data is incorrect. It includes traveler data or something. Interesting. Bro being like, please be nice in the comments. He is very, very agreeable, this guy, isn't he? Is how many people left in the country factored in? Well, he was saying this is net overseas. So he was saying how many people leave versus how many people coming in and what's the residual amount from that. I don't know if it takes into consideration the current population, if that's what you mean.
It's been like, especially in the post-COVID era. So you can see that chart there for anyone listening on the podcast. This one actually goes back 10 years. So it goes from 2015 to 2025. And it's a really great visualization for the net overseas migration situation in Australia. So if we're just looking the last sort of 5 years or few years after COVID, the NOM spiked in. So these years are actually by the financial year. So it includes half of the year before. So it's sort of June 2023 as opposed to the whole of 2023, if that makes sense. So they're based on the financial year. But in 2023, there was 528,000 net overseas migration. And I don't think, unless you find some extreme pro-immigration people, and I'm sure they're out there, but even the lefties that I know that are the sensible ones, everyone agrees that number is way too high.
Do they?
You got to remember that.
Like, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth here. Is there any fucking unreasonable lefties here that think 528,000 people migrating to Australia is acceptable? Anyone? Because he's saying even the reasonable lefties that support immigration that he knows thinks that 500,000 people coming into the country is outrageous. Is fucking outrageous, apparently. That doesn't sound like a leftist position. Maybe that's why he's a rightist leftist, and all his friends are probably rightist leftists, I guess. I'm unreasonable. I'm unreasonable. Yeah. Well, like, I am unreasonable to the extent that I haven't found or heard anyone give any convincing argument as to how migrants or migration in a massive influx actually is the problem for the housing crisis. Like, everybody pins, like when they start talking about why migration is too high, they straight away go, we're in a housing crisis. And it's just like, well, migrants cause the housing crisis, or it's a massive factor. Like, I'm still not convinced that it is. I think it's just really bad. Years and years and years of horrible policy decisions and relying on the free market to provide housing. Like, from what I understand is there is not a supply issue. There is actually more houses, or enough houses to house everyone in this country, plus these migrants. And so it's not like when people say the supply thing is a problem, it's not a supply issue. There is actually enough housing in Australia, but it's people in the market who are artificially restricting supply. And so like I haven't found a good argument yet. I am more than happy to be like, yes, 500,000 is way too many people. Way, like, more than happy to say that. But if it's just based on the argument that there's not enough housing in Australia and we're in the middle of a housing crisis, and like, why would you bring in that many people when we're in the middle of a housing crisis? I just don't believe that the housing crisis, it's created by too much migration. I think it's created by the market. And everybody knows what my solution is there. We need public housing because the market has failed us. The one thing the market is supposed to do is to provide the goods and the services that people need. And so if it's not doing that, then the market sucks. And so like the government has to step in and provide for people's, fucking basic human rights here. Basic. Ah, yes, the sensible left, whoever they are. Dan Bro's just misleading his audience. Does he even want to read the stats correctly? Well, once again, 4S says, depends. If it's a backlog and it's a reflection of a number of years as well, sure. He's a filthy centrist. It's a factor. It's a factor. But that's the thing. Is it a factor? Is it? Because I've heard people say that supply is the issue, but apparently supply covers that we've got enough houses in Australia. So annoying, just straight propaganda. Migration is a problem, but it's a problem in the same sense of a leaking pipe on a sinking ship. That's a very interesting analogy. I've never fucking heard that one before. Dude, you speak in such a low IQ way, I can't even describe it. Says Sanders. Sanders. Fair enough. Like, you could easily discount my low IQ banter if you want with a little bit more than slander. I will wait. KK Online, he's purposefully not explaining the numbers. Zero context as well. You can do it, buddy. I believe in you. Yet the government constantly fails to fix the problem, just as the market does, because government is too involved with the market. I'm fine with that analysis. I'm fine with that. My grandparents migrated, put in government housing that they then purchased. So the traveller numbers was a different misinfo campaign. These figures are correct, but have dropped since with just over 300,000 in 2024, 2025. So what he's got here? Yeah, 300,000 around here. Low IQ is the new Trump derangement syndrome. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, let's us continue, shall we? And for you, what's your name again? Burn Ass Sanders. Make sure you hit the like button because you're enjoying your time here, and subscribe for more. I think you would love this stream. It's right down your alley.
That year that factored in, that was basically just after Albanese got elected. So as you can see with the slope, I can sort of try and point at it. I don't have a laser pointer, but that slope started going up under the Scott Morrison government just after COVID, but it did peak in 2023. And then 2024, it was 435,000. 2025, which is the last year that we've tracked because we're currently in the financial year 2025 to 2026, was 306,000. And the forecast for what this financial year, which is still going, so we've still got people coming in and out.
There's roughly 11.3 million houses in Australia according to ChatGPT. Can't speak. So they're getting what they want, less immigration. What are they complaining about? Well, that's what he's showing here. It's going down. But I think there's a certain limit that they want, and this is still above the limit or something like that. So there's 11.3 million houses in Australia. Hobo Joe, like when you ask that, is that like, are we talking about 11 million houses that are occupied? I was wondering if there's a rate on how many houses are unoccupied. What was that? Remember the NSN guy, Hugo Lennon? His dad is a property developer, and they are land banking like 35,000 houses or something crazy like that. That stuff is fucking outrageous. That's a government policy decision. No land banking. You build houses, put them on the market. If you don't, then the government acquires them compulsorily and then lets people live in them.
Out as we speak is forecast to be 260,000, and then that 2027 forecast, the 225,000, which is the Labor government's immigration current stats, that seems to be in place for the next like 3 years up till about 2030. So again, One Nation people might not be okay with that, thinking that it's not necessarily the target as much as the forecast, because it is hard to, unless you put in really strong measures around banning people going in and out, which, talking about government control, that's its own thing.
It just said that's the amount, and that's to house 27 million people, with each house having around 2.4 per household. Okay. That's just based
at
on
least what
averages.
Labor thinks the forecast is going to be. And I totally hear you if you're saying, well, that number is too high and we want that to come down. Let's talk about what that means. Before we do that, I'll just show you the graph. I'm going to cover my face, but you can have a look at that graph there. I think this is the most probably important image of immigration, because this is the government's stats on this. And because of Australia, we're not landlocked, we're actually surrounded by ocean. We don't actually border on another country. So this is boats and plane intake. We actually have a very good, like, where the US has its unique problem of the Mexico border, we don't really have that problem here. And these stats can be pretty accurate. And you can see we had a period of net NOM or net negative migration during COVID in 2020. That orange line, which is, so the light blue line is the people that are coming in. And you can see that was actually steadily rising before COVID under the Scott Morrison coalition. It peaked at about over 600,000 within 2020. And those numbers lag as well. And then the people leaving is that darker blue-ish line. And those departures, they did spike under 2020 as well. And then they only overlapped where there was more departures than people arriving at the end of 2020. And then, as you can see, that spike happened where the arrivals was way higher. And the departures number has ticked up by about 2025, but it's never really gone over 300,000 people departing year on year. But there was that time in 2023 where over 700,000 people arrived in Australia. And the way they track that is that's quarterly, and then they look back at the last year. So at that quarter, which looks to be about September 2023, that's when that was the absolute highest, and it is starting to come down. So that's kind of, if we're going to at least agree on the reality of where migration numbers are, they peaked really high and they are on the way down. It seems to be the discussion about that downslope. How low do we want that downslope to go? What does it mean to have that downslope? Because obviously, as we're about to talk about, what does the loss of that many immigrants mean to Australia? Let's start with, I'm sure there's more, but this is my distillation of when I say top three, just the most common ones I see when I watch, because I do watch a lot of some right-wing media and arguments, because I always like to know what people are talking about. Let's just be really honest for a second. So,
according to the 2021 census data, about 10% of houses are unoccupied. Interesting. 10%? Like, I don't even know. Like, I don't know how to factor that in probably, but it seems like that's a lot of our housing stock is not actually tied up housing human beings. I guess there's a lot of, like, what, Airbnb type stuff that's going on there. I wonder if our friend from Mount Druitt, from that SBS debate the other day with 180 properties, I wonder if all of his are occupied all the time. Half of those are actually ScoMo's trips to Hawaii during fire season. Okay, the only chart you should be reading to understand if it truly matters is the general population growth, which includes births and immigration. That's how you determine if we are growing too fast. And according to those charts, we have had a pretty average increase in population per percentage of population, meaning those immigrants are taking the jobs that kids would have taken if they were born, which they weren't due to low birth rates. Roughly 1 million houses just sitting there ready to feel the housing crisis. But no, we can't have that. Really? 1 million homes. Is that from the census data then as well? You've extrapolated? That's interesting. Now, let's just say, for argument's sake, though, that we have 1 million homes that are sitting around doing fuck all because of some market mechanism there, whether it be, Airbnb to, greedy ass developers who get licenses to fucking destroy the Australian landscape to provide for their housing projects and feed their construction industry profits. But then they just hold and land bank stuff. Like, you know, the whole gambit. Like, if we just filled people in and that was able to cover, like, let's just say arguably, like, just it was able to cover the amount of migration that was coming into the country, do you reckon people would be okay with migration still? Or would there still be the factors that this guy's talking about here? Number one, racism, then Australian values and the economic argument. Like, people would still be like, yeah, but I just don't want 500,000 migrants coming in here. I don't give a fuck. Even if we were able to house them all, I don't want them fucking here. And then the second, like, you know, that's just, it erodes Australian values and culture and all that sort of stuff. Oh, but you can't begrudge a person with a holiday home, can you? Yeah, 10% of that 11.3 million. That could be more with the next census data. Yeah. Remember when they put travel limitations during COVID and all the farmers were pissing and crying because no locals wanted to pick fruit for shit money? Young Australians aren't having kids because they can't afford to buy their own home. There isn't enough due to government tax and regulation to be economically viable, and builders are going under. And the cities were complaining because no locals wanted to rent their overpriced shit apartments. Savage.
So for the first one, this is not an accusation of any individual person or one nation as a whole or any anti-immigrant or low immigrant people. But if we're going to be really honest about our discussion with immigration, there is a contingency of Australia, let's just keep it to Australia, of racism where they just want less, you know, dark-skinned people or certain like people, Muslims. You know, Angus Taylor said Iran is a bad country. There's an element of racism in a lot of the lower immigration arguments. If you don't believe me, I've said there, just look at the comments of a One Nation video, but even my own video that I posted last week. Look, it's just a reality. And I've said this, like, I sort of said it in a weird way in one of my other videos. I said, like, I appreciate the racists because at least they're honest. I don't really appreciate the racism, but I appreciate the honesty. If that's...
It's also okay to be perfectly okay to be a racist. First of all, mass migration lowers wages. Okay, so there's other factors in here. Lowers wages, rises cost of housing. Everything stems from these two simple facts. Yes, okay, in a shit system, it has an impact on housing. Yes, got it. So let's not fix the housing issue at all. Let's just turn to migration and hope that helps the housing crisis. Mass migration lowers wages. I think we talked about this the other day, didn't we? Like getting more workers in to a pool where there are workers competing for jobs puts downward pressure on wages. Like, I'm willing to accept that. That like more people competing for jobs means that like employers are able to push wages down. I'm okay with that. Real GDP is a poor measure of economic growth. It's a stupid question. The least racist man on earth, Bernie Sanders in America. He's the least racist man on earth. That's so good. Was always pro closed borders and deportations in order to support local workforce wages. The least racist person on earth, Bernie Sanders. And just as a point, roughly 160,000 to 200,000 houses are built each year. Rated childless homeowner, its cost of living, the instability of finances, availability of child centers, needing two incomes to pay a mortgage, etc. It's literally just stability that is the issue. And like the government can provide these services. They should provide all these things free of charge, dare I say. From my knowledge, building companies generally go under due to developers, not the government. From everything I have read and seen, every time we have a mass layoffs in the business industry, it's due to developers scamming the building industry. And that's lived experience there. You can have a child while renting. It's the financial instability of the housing being a business model built on increasing profits. It's what stops the stability of having a home, therefore kids. Fair point. It's a factor.
It's really what it just boils down to. Then just say it. Because the kind of arguments that really frustrate me are the ones where it's clearly a racist argument, but they're trying to intellectualize it into something else other than racism. So if it's just that you don't like other types of people, just say that. I don't agree with that, but at least we can start from the honest point of view, and then we can move forward with that reality.
The number one is like the NSN take on this, I guess. The NSN take is, no, we don't want to let people in here that are going to dilute the purity of the Australian race. Like the white race, I guess, is what NSN people say. So like, don't let darkies in, because then we're going to have caramel babies. And so like, we don't want the banana. Oh my God. All I can think about him is talking about bananas. So Thomas will say, yeah, don't let migrants come in because we don't want caramel children. It's all about genetics, baby. I mean, underneath that is Australian values. Hobo Joe, so yes, if you throw that rough data all together with the 500,000 people coming in, there is a shortage. But that's off the data that each house has 2.4 people. But in reality, a lot of houses, a lot or in a house. So there would be more available houses than population. All in all, it's clearly a market issue. Now developers and builders are two separate things. The builders are the victims more than anyone else, screwed from the government and the developers. Now, like, look, Hobo Joe, let's take it on face value. As I said before, if we don't have enough housing and migration is adding pressure to that, then I'm happy to cut migration then. If we don't have enough housing, and we literally can't house people, then it'd be stupid to bring more people in. But I really just fail to see whether I just don't believe that we don't have the resources in this country to provide housing. It really is a market issue. But like, why not? Okay? There's not enough housing. Why not? KK, wouldn't more immigrants equal more consumption, meaning more businesses need to open for those needs, therefore creating more employment and increasing union size? No. Haven't you been paying attention, KK, on Far Right Fridays? What happens when we have more immigrants is we have more people opening up NDIS fraud outlets and then just like cashing in on that lovely, that sweet government money. So that's what happens. When migrants come here, they set up NDIS, fake NDIS providers, and then they take up housing supply. Yeah. Have we learned nothing from Far Right Fridays? Come on. Seriously. Revy, baby, there is a reason Australia's migration policy way back was populate or perish. Bring more people here. Like, we just ignore our past so much in this current day. It's not cause effective to open business due to government regulations and tax. There's no profit margin. Say it all together now. We are bananas. Did you know that we share a significant portion of our cost effective? Got it. Thank you. Oh, I couldn't put two and two together there. Thank you. Cost effective to open a business. But if we hold the supply, then we can charge the migrants and the Australians more, the way a beautiful capitalist market should be. Yeah, well. Hey, that's my line.
The second one that I would imagine maybe some of my lefty friends would say can just be a part of point one is this argument about Australian values and culture and like what are Australian values? Well, I actually put it as a distinct argument because I do think there are some merits to it. So you could just say that it's a sophisticated way of just being racist in terms of, they don't fit into our values or they don't live by our culture, etc. But I think the assimilation argument has a bit of validity, and in particular with Australia.
It's our line now. Say it in a minion voice. I am, you are, we are, but no.
this is just, I'll speak for myself and not any contingency of any political group, but I think it's fair to require immigrants, especially ones that want to be permanent and working here, to speak English, participate in the economy. So, holding down a job or starting a business.
Does any of the unreasonable lefties here that also believe we should let in 500,000 migrants a year, does anyone think that people that come here shouldn't speak English? Like, I thought that was a no-brainer. I think, yes, if people are going to migrate to Australia, like not a holiday visa, but like they want to like get some form of residency in Australia, they should speak English. Is that like something that lefties are like, no, fuck them. They don't have to speak English. Is that what people mean when they say they need to integrate and assimilate to Australian society? They're just like, yeah, I just want them to speak English. Like, if that's what the debate is, like fucking, I'm as right-wing as you can fucking get. I think fucking people should speak English if they're going to live here. People who come here generally want to speak English, yes. All right, well, I'm pretty fucking right-wing. If that's a right-wing thing, I'm the rightest leftist out there. Yes, I think that when people come here, they should fucking speak English if they want to live here. That's assimilation in a nutshell. There must be other points here. And that suits the billionaires just fine. People fight amongst themselves rather than tackle the real problem. They want them to have an Aussie accent, not just speak English. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We're finally getting to the fucking crux of it. It's because whiteys get suspicious when they hear people having a private conversation in another language. It's literally about insecurity. Lemons, the left don't care if immigrants can speak English. Welcome to the Aussie right, E? But this is why I'm asking. Come on, give me, like, all you fucking unreasonable lefties out there right now. Do you expect, or do you not want people that migrate to Australia to speak English? I didn't think that was very hardcore. I actually don't care. Oh, okay, there you go. No, I think it's reasonable. Look, I do think that we should slow down migration. It's clear that our system is not working to keep up with the demand. I think we need to fix the system before we allow too many in. There's so many systematic issues that are not tied to the migration debate that need to be fixed. And I'm just sick of people lumping migration on top of our systematic issues and saying, if we just fix migration, all of this stuff is just going to be like, it's just going to disappear. The housing crisis is not going to disappear if you cut migration. It's not going to happen. Just like that, the inflation crisis is not going to stop if you just cut migration. It's not the silver bullet that everybody thinks it is. Like, I've just come back from being in fucking France for like fucking 4 weeks. And I can tell you, like, just my life was so difficult going down to the shops by myself and trying to interact with people because I couldn't speak French properly. Like, I was really trying. And so, like, it was hard for me as an outsider to live in France, in the places that I was going to, non-touristy areas, and trying to just, like, buy something. Like, get a train ticket and stuff like that. I think, if people are going to want to live somewhere, they need to be able to, exist and look after themselves and not have, like, what I was doing, being babysat by my partner everywhere. I was like, can you come with me so I can buy some bread at the shop? Because I don't know how to ask people for things. I don't know. I don't really care, but it would make life harder for them if they don't. This is what I'm saying. Like, it makes your life so much harder if you can't interact with people. That happens naturally over time, though, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. I agree. That's true. But also I came from migrants who spoke broken English. They would get harassed. Like, they didn't go to school. They didn't get an education. Why do people pretend that it's really hard to make a business in Australia? My family are dumb as rocks, and most of them ran their own businesses and didn't struggle. Hey, stop you. That's enough. It's kind of ignorant. I don't know. I really don't care. To make life harder for them. Sorry, I read that one already. There's no housing problem if housing isn't artificially restricted. Yes, if housing wasn't a commodity, there's no housing problem. That's it. Mutes. Mutes can't integrate so good. Oh man, sorry, you can't even speak, let alone a language. Sorry, you cannot come here. Takes more than one nail to fix anything properly. No, that's not fucking true. It's not true, man. Like, you could easily address the housing crisis right now. You could fix the housing crisis, and you could have as many people or as little people as you wanted. Government housing, take it off the market. It's that simple. I'm telling you, it's that simple. What are your thoughts on immigration in France? I hear they have plenty of foreigners. Yeah, they do, but like, it's not equal in its distribution. I would say like people that are immigrating to France are living in urban areas as opposed to like living in the country. So, you know, if you go into the country areas and stuff like that, I wouldn't say there's a lot of immigration there, but in the major cities, yes. But like, is that a good or a bad thing? If you're asking my thoughts, Mamupa, I don't think it's a bad thing. Like, again, according to our friend here, immigration is human nature, and like, fair enough. Humans have been moving all over planet Earth for hundreds of thousands of years. Why is it bad all of a sudden? I'm not sure. Okay, another thing is they don't want people to speak their native tongue along with English. Guys, come on. You can't be this confused, for fuck's sake. Oh, oui, merci. Bienvenue. Ah, it's Heidi the Sausage. Oi, Heidi the Sausage. It's May Day. Is it also your birthday today? Is that true? Did I remember the right person? Please let me know. When white people moved here, we didn't speak the language. Savage. I went into France illegally, no visa. How dare you? And you didn't get arrested for that? Hobo, you heard it here, everyone. Mystery movement added to the number of people coming back to Australia. Get him. Oh, man. I think it should be a requirement, and all the tests should be written in English. But they are, aren't they? Like, my partner, she got her citizenship in June last year, and when she did her citizenship test, it was definitely in English. I didn't think they even had an option. I'll have to ask her. I don't think there was an option on that one. She had to read it in English. And if it was cheaper to build a house, more would be built. This isn't a one solution problem. Again, cheaper for who to build a house? The government or the private sector? Builders, developers, whatever. Government, they print money. It shouldn't cost the government anything to build housing. Capitalism failed because of brown immigration in the 2000s. Fix that and true capitalism returns. That's the argument, isn't it? Hey? Oh my God, yes. Happy birthday. It is. Happy birthday, Heidi the Sausage. Hey? On May Day as well. She's an illegal. Get her. Yeah, happy birthday, Heidi the Sausage. Bless your bottom socks. There it is. My PT's girlfriend is from Brazil. She had to do the language test last year too. And did she pass the language test? Yes, they're in English. Yeah, okay, I thought so. Can she read and write English? Is she a good cunt or a shit cunt? Then she's welcome. She can read and write in English. I would say that her writing skills are not as great as her reading skills. I think that's kind of natural. Like, I help her write emails and stuff like that. But like, you know, with practice, she'll get better at writing emails, I'd say. Is she a good cunt and not a shit cunt? Like, is she a good cunt? Yeah, reasonably. She's definitely not a shit cunt. Let's just say that. And she's welcome. Ah, shucks. Thank you, legends. She did. She works at a brewery. She passed her test. That's all that matters, baby. She passed the fucking test. All right. Let's get back to it, shall we?
Contributing to the country that they moving to is completely reasonable. And in vice versa, if I was going to go emigrate to a different country, like Spain, let's say, it would be expectation that I should be able to speak a proficient level.
Is she gorgeous French? Women are renowned for their beauty and natural. beauty, might I say. Let's just keep it there. I hope someone will describe me as not that much of a shit cunt one day. Yeah, that's the sign of true love, Raby, baby. When someone asks you about your partner, well, she's definitely not that much of a shit cunt. She's not a shit cunt. I'll give her that. Oh man, that's all we need to know about working at a brewery is a green flag. I'll allow it. She's more Australian than most Australians, I'd say.
Of Spanish. Maybe not immediately on arrival, but if I'm going to assimilate, I think that's totally reasonable. The thing that I think the right wing...
Oh, the only time if it's not in English is if you're a refugee. Well. Okay. So then maybe people are just against refugees then. Because like all this stuff about like they need to speak English, they need to integrate, like blah, 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 blah. They just don't like refugees. That's what it is. I wonder how many over the year when we let in 500,000 migrants, how many of those people were refugees? I wonder if you can find that information out. What year was it that we let in 500,000? Was it 2023? Was it? Let's have a look here. Yeah, they're definitely anti-refugee. Well, like that seems to be like fitting the description here. They don't integrate. They can't even speak English. In 2023, there was 500,000 people that migrated to Australia in terms of net migration. Can you give us an understanding of how many of those people were refugees? Oh, it's 2022? Oh, whoops. Total migration 23, Australia's net was 500 to 536. Can you see that? Yeah, you guys can see that. How many of those were refugees? 29 to 30,000 were refugees, resettled from overseas, granted protection in Australia in 23. Net migration 500, refugees, humanitarian entrance 30,000. Refugees were 5% of total net immigration. Okay. That's 1 in 20 migrants, for context, were refugees who don't assimilate apparently because they can't speak English. I got my first censor? Really? Your first ever? Congratulations, you've been censored. I wonder what she said. Put in the censored comments if it's worthy. I would like to know. Afghanistan refugees, we probably owe them. Thanks, Ben Robert Smith. Oh my God. That's why he kept saying these are insane people, crazy people being let into the country, and then talked about Hannibal Lecter. He literally thought it meant insane asylum. Genus, did he see Isaac Butterfield? Butterfield did an interview with Pauline Hanson? Fucker's gone full alt-right. No, I haven't seen that. How you going? Genius. Welcome. Inappropriate? No, it's just too soon. It wasn't inappropriate. It's actually quite funny. Financial year from the link I posted before. Okay. He's the Aussie Tommy Robinson. Ooh. All right. I'll let him finish off this segment, but I'm not feeling this right-wing leftist over here.
Yes, and I'd be interested if you...
Sorry. Yeah, good. It's pronounced Genesis. Sorry. That was just lame reading on my part. Genesis. My joke is in the Discord. Oh, you got censored for a joke. All I said was a joke referring to not liking refugees. We just don't like ISIS brides. Yeah, you can't talk about ISIS brides in the stream. No worries, it's a tricky one. Yeah, the 3 just knocks me out there. But welcome to the stream. I'm okay with refugees, but the conditions need to be changed. Something like a sunset on government help. They must become net positive to the economy. They must create more than they consume. That's some crazy capitalist shit right there, must I say. Like they need to produce more value than we pay them. Or we can't have them. It's a very capitalistic way of looking at things, I guess. Makes sense. Dilemmas, I don't think you understand how difficult it is to get government benefits as a migrant. 10 years they have to be here before they can become citizens. Is this refugees we're talking about? Because I don't know if that's the case. Like my partner was here for less than 10 years. No, maybe not. No, that doesn't make sense. She got offered a citizenship test after like being a permanent resident for 10 years. I think you're right. Plug for the new people. Oh yeah, if we have new people here, you're watching this for the first time. If you're on YouTube, hit the like button. If you're new here, subscribe for more. On YouTube, if you're new on Twitch land, follow for more, please. I'll give you the Discord as well. If people are interested, come share your propaganda here on Discord. This is our Discord link. And as I said right at the start of the stream, so it's a friendly reminder, if you haven't right now, especially all you regulars, you know who you fucking are, can you go to Patreon and become a free member? Free member, there's no strings attached. I want your fucking email address, because what I've noticed since coming back from leave, the notifications are not getting out to everyone that the streams are on. I've had to reach out to like people personally sometimes and be like, just so you know, the streams are back. Because I don't know if people are actually getting notifications. So get on the email list, please, if you can. I will love you forever. I love you long time. Yeah, give me your fucking email. That's right. Thank you. Even if you are born here, if your parents aren't Aussie, you have to live here for 10 years. Wait, what? Just no room in Adelaide and serial killers. It's not that safe. It should be difficult. And if you get it, then you should contribute back to the country and give. They gave you the opportunity. On it, boss. She's swallow. This is why E keeps me around. Yes, to remind me to plug. Yeah, don't come to Adelaide. I don't want the traffic to get any worse. How selfish of you. Be aggressive. 4 hours I've held back from stealing your job. Thank you. But like, you can remind me if you want. I won't say no.
Even know this if you're a right winger watching this? Do you even know this, or is this just not talked about in the media that you consume? Australia largely has a lot of assimilation requirements. So they have the IELTS. There's a pop quiz. Do you know what the IELTS is before I explain it to you? It's the English language system. It is, I believe there's like a global, it's sort of a standardized English system, and you get basically a score. So it's like 6, 7, 8. And to be having your certain visas, I believe most of them, especially the working visas, you have to have a certain level of IELTS, and you actually have to pass the test. So there is an English language test for visa requirements in Australia. Especially to become a citizen, you have to sign the Australian Values Statement. I'm going to have that link. All this stuff is going to be linked in the description if you don't believe me or you want to look it up for yourself. You know, maybe it's news to you. They have to sign the Value Statement. Now, I know you could say, oh, they signed it and don't believe it. But at the citizenship ceremony, and before that, having to pass a citizenship test, which has a lot of questions, some questions about basic elements of Australian history and culture. The idea, I guess what I get at is, when the right wing say that Labor just lets immigrants in with no requirements, that is just completely misleading. Now, you might have an issue with the requirements and you might want them to be tightened up. That's totally reasonable. If you're going to say that, at least say what you think it should be. The vague statements really frustrate me as well. But also with work requirements also, again, this will all be linked. There are a lot of, there's so many requirements of the visas. And when we get into talking about regional doctors, a lot of migrants have to work in regional areas as part of their visa conditions because we have a shortage of those workers in Australia. They're incentivized in the sense of like, if you want your visa, you have to do this amount of time out in a regional area. There are a lot of stringent conditions on visas. And I think in my opinion, the biggest misconception that I think the right wing just don't talk about is they assume that Labor just lets people in without any requirements or lets them stay without any requirements. Which, look, again, maybe you think they don't do it well enough, but that part is, look, this is where we're going to start talking about compromise and giving fairness. I think Labor are a bit stricter on immigration, and that's just the rules. And it was around before Labor. These things were all in during the coalition, so it's not like Labor adapted them or anything or created them, but it's harder to get that visa and stay in Australia than I think the right wing present it, in my opinion. The argument, though, that to me is most compelling, and the one I really think One Nation has a point on, and that if we're going to fight back on that in terms of the left wing to talk about where the immigration numbers should be, the economic argument, in my opinion, is the strongest one, because it's definitely true. Now, the extent of it is debatable, but more immigration in Australia does have impacts on our cost of living. There's no denying that at all. It's just a little bit more complicated than migrants make our cost of living higher. If that's the equation, I think that's very oversimplifying it, but they absolutely do have an effect on our cost of living. The main one, and this is also true, that those high numbers of immigration per year, that 528,000 in the 1 year, does put a strain on infrastructure and services, because we're not growing, or productivity, or our infrastructure was not in place for that many people that quickly after COVID. That is true, and that is what has led to a lot of cost increases. Another thing too, if you look at it in reverse, during the COVID times, I know this from personal experience, but also you can look up the data on it too. It depends on the city and the state and all of that, but rent did go down during COVID as well. It makes sense, because if we just look at supply and demand, a lot of, especially international students, but migrants across the board, a lot of them went home, because at that time we didn't know how long COVID was going to go for. Again, a lot of them don't get the government benefits, so they weren't going to be able to claim Centrelink or rent assistance or anything like that. So a lot of them made the decision to go home, and with a lot more empty apartments and things like that, then that is what drove down the cost of rents, which would have been fine, but we had that snapback. And this snapback, which happened under Scott Morrison's government, is the thing that we really need to talk about, because I am very hesitant to believe that Pauline Hanson is actually going to reasonably fix this issue. I know a lot of One Nation people believe that she will, and maybe you could say she's one of the only ones really talking about it, but let's now have a chat about what it would actually mean to lower immigration in terms of that economic reality, because in my opinion, the economic argument for lower immigration is the strongest one, but we have to look at all sides of the argument.
Interesting. One of my colleagues was learning English. They originally didn't want to hire her because it was so broken. I trained her, and by the end, she was my 2IC. Like, people come here for a reason. Sounds like her friend creates more than she consumes. A welcome addition. How about you? Did rent go down here during COVID? I don't know about that. It still felt overpriced. During COVID, we had to import people to work on the farms. Shut the fuck up. Don't devalue people's lives for their monetary value. Look, apparently, I don't know, we have to trust his stats here and stuff, that rent costs went down during COVID. I don't know. Is that true? I have no idea. Like, maybe in some areas, maybe as a general overview, rent definitely went down in Melbourne during COVID. There you go. So, like, as in, were you renting mainly due to the international students not being around? So, like, your rent dropped, or like if you went onto the rental market, like your landlord came to you and was just like, oh, you can pay $50 less from now on, kind of thing. Or like if you were out in the market looking for a new rental, I think they put in a rent freeze. Oh, interesting. Okay. All right, we're gonna have a quick break now from this one. Please keep up. No, vacant properties were cheaper than they would have been otherwise. Got it. Okay. And it was only low because the government provided freezes. All right. I gotta have a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. I'm not sure if we're going to do more of this or not, but we'll be back with some more after the break. So don't go anywhere. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button on YouTube, subscribe for more, follow for more, etc., etc. You know the fucking score. Yes. There we go. That's better. All right. Looks like we're having a refugee debate in the comment section now. Uh-oh. I don't know if I can catch up on that conversation. I don't know if I want to continue watching this guy, to be honest. Look, he's a righty lefty in a sense, I guess, but he's just a lefty. This is false advertising. He's not a right lefty. I don't know if I can call him a right lefty. All right, let's move on, shall we? Let's move on, shall we? Ah, okay. Well. Now, this one is just like a continuation of a conversation that we've been having this week. But I guess this is pretty right-wing stuff now. Like, they've definitely owned this debate. Almost like he's the rightist leftist. But, like, it's not even right-wing what he's talking about. I haven't seen any comments that are really right-wing. He's just trying to be nice, I guess, and consider right-wing arguments. He hasn't had anything that would be, I guess, right-wing leaning even. He's nice. Yeah, he's nice. Are we back to Brit Pilled? Yeah, well, like, okay, so I'm not sure if you were with us during the week or not, but like we spent a bit of time looking at like the situation where people were booing the Welcome to Country on Anzac Day. I actually spoke to an acquaintance, let's say, who's Aboriginal, and I was like, "Oh, what did you think of the booing of the Welcome to Country kind of thing?" And they were like, "Well, the Anzac service that I went to, there was no booing the Welcome to Country, but I saw the one on TV," and he was just like, "Fuck those guys," and that was pretty much it. That's all they said. And like, I think everyone can get on board with that. Like, fuck those guys to the NSN. Who likes the NSN anyway? Honestly. But like, yeah, this guy is, as we know, this is Hugo Lennon, and I'm pretty sure he's from the NSN. Like, if not, he's like one of their best advocates, Ozpeel. And like, he's got a take on the whole booing situation. He uses his keen intellect to justify why booing is acceptable. Like booing booing a Welcome to Country at an Anzac ceremony is completely justifiable decorum at such a solemn occasion. Wookie's in the house. Afternoon all. Hello. Hello, this is good. Lucas likes burgers. Hello, I am a YouTube. Which YouTube? All of them? One of them? I was wondering if you could rate and give feedback on my shorts. Ignore the full form videos. Or is for a prank my user is food is good. I don't know, Lucas likes burgers. I don't know, man. Heidi Sausage, I hate this cockhead. Our version of Cavicula. Boo, don't let my kids do NAIDOC stuff at preschool either. Boo. Like, what's the NAIDOC thing? Like, as in, like, NAIDOC week stuff. Like, do you find that offensive, Mamupa? Is that why? Or is it like, as these guys say, it's just politicizing kids at school. They don't need to be politicized. Heidi says, a lot of Aussies aren't a net positive, let's be honest. Reagan, for example. Savage. I did it all for the Wookiee. It's all good, man. Jesus loves y'all. Oh, fair enough. That's very nice of you. Hasn't Australia arrested you yet? Hey, apparently not. XNF, how you going? It's been a while. Hope you're well. All right, let's have a listen to what he has to say. People say we don't have a racist issue in Australia. Mini jab. Knew you'd like that, E. Hey, I did. I fucking appreciated it. I'm out on my own fucking crusade over here, fighting for the little man, even though she's not a man. But you know what I mean.
Like, people say we don't have a racist issue in Australia. Who in their right mind boos an elder whilst they're doing a welcome to country?
Booing the welcome to country is probably one of the most Australian things you can do. We've exhausted all the
Booing an elder is one of the most Australian things you could do. Put down your Vegemite sandwiches. Booing an elder is one of the most Australian things you can do. You've heard it here, ladies and gentlemen.
democratic, nice and polite ways of voicing our discontent with things like welcome to country. The polling, the saying no to the voice to parliament, all these sort of things haven't changed the momentum put behind these guilt politics, because that's what it is. No one's booing this because like they're racist. They see directly through what this is. It is a humiliation ritual aimed at white people to let them know, hey, they're on stolen land. Or as the so-called uncle says, for Australians to know their place. The place we know.
It's a humiliation ritual. This is some interesting, like this, do people feel like that? Maybe Mamupa, you might have a comment on this. NAIDOC is revisionist. We don't have a colonizer week. We should. But like, does that make it revisionist though? Or is it like, because revisionist means you're like kind of rewriting history in terms of like, it might not have even been there. So you're revising how history is understood. Like, I thought this was understood that Aboriginals were in Australia, and then there was the British came here to colonize Australia. And like NAIDOC is a celebration, I thought, of Aboriginal culture as opposed to revising a story. I didn't know the story had changed as such. I'm not sure if I'm following, unless I'm not getting you on this one properly. Is that in the citizenship test? Pom take, imagine being as a pom as this fuck and calling yourself Aussie. That's a pretty good point. Like some of the stuff that they talk about just seems like they want to be British subjects again. The takes they make. Ravi, did someone break his jaw? What did you say? He's got that destiny jaw thing. Instead of booing, if they made fart noises, I actually would have been on their side. If someone hasn't, I can. The likes of Dark Emu. Hi to Sausage. Mate, when I was in primary school, we sang Standing on Solid Rock. I went to a private primary school. Yes, it's pro-white revisionism. Great point, E. So did I, but there is apparently a huge denial of the R side, on the right wing side, sorry. What is a dark emu? Like a black cockatoo. This guy definitely bone smashes. Brown hoodie. What is he, a commie? That's fucking hilarious. Yes, me lord. I yearn for peasantry, me lord. Suck, suckle. Oh my god, me lord. I'm going to take longer than the boomers departing for the return to the English bootlicking to go away. The book Dark Emu. But like the book Dark Emu and like NAIDOC and stuff, I thought that was a celebration of culture as opposed to rewriting history. But like, you know, definitely happy to be corrected on that one, Mamupa. You're just going to have to fill us in. Step on me harder, Papa Boot. Yeah. Does he want Australian independence or does he want British rule again? Come on.
No is the one our ancestors fought for. And sure, maybe like 1,000 Aboriginals served in World War I, but nearly 500,000 Aussies did actually as well. And their service won't be desecrated any longer by these people trying to tell their descendants, you're on stolen land. Because, you know, even the 1,000 Aboriginals who served, despite being officially barred from service, they still ultimately fought for the king, for the empire, and for what was considered at the time white Australia. That was the point of Australia fighting. They weren't fighting because it's stolen land and Aboriginal land. All the soldiers fought under the Union Jack. All the soldiers fought for Australia. So if you want to commemorate the Aboriginals, you can do so. You need to hijack the whole ceremony into this weird guilt politics that makes the posterity of of the majority of the Anzacs guessed in their own country. So we tried to play politics, we tried to play nice, you're gonna get booing. Booing is just raw disapproval. They should take a hint now before it's worse next year. And I'm guessing she knows all this, that's why they're resorting
What
to...
a threat. We're not going to let up either, so get rid of it or we're just going to keep booing. Why is he saying Australia wrong? The likes of the book Dark Emu, which is very inaccurate, had this conversation with a prominent land rights lawyer. She's very intelligent and didn't believe the author of Dark Emu. Dumb. Oh, sorry. So you're talking about a particular book that is revisionist and that's changing history for the kids at school. Okay. And like, what is it that it changes history about that is so offensive? Mamupa. Like, these are honest questions. I'm just trying to understand.
Just calling it racism, so they participate in what should be an actual argument. Because this whole time we tried participating in the politics, Australians were voting no, but now we've got to boo because it's still being rammed down our throats. Pause.
Like, people say we don't have...
Why did he say pause at the end? Is that like a TikTok thing, or is he just handing it over to someone to fucking edit for him and he doesn't do any of his own fucking work because he's gifted, and daddy and his grandfather, who are property millionaires, allow him to live a life of luxury where he makes this type of content? Dumb. How disrespectful. Oh, so you're full racist, I see now. It's racism, brother. Okay, these people are idiots. Get him a banana. All right, let's go to the next Ozpill. Where is yeah, here we go. Back on the train here. He means pause because he said something a bit gay. Zoom must speak for you. If you say something that sounds gay, you say pause. Got it. Pause here, stop here on my face. Step here on my face, daddy. Leather tastes good, record. Okay, interesting. Basically says that Aboriginals were more developed than they actually are. Never read it, to be honest. Oh, right, so you haven't read it. But like, what is like, so like when you say they're more developed, like they're rewriting Aboriginal history as opposed to like colonization or something. And also, the idiot talking about Dark Emu is exposing himself. LOL. Why wouldn't you believe their version of history? Question mark. Never even read the book. I'm laughing my ass. Okay. They literally were trading with the Chinese for ages before the Brits arrived. All right. Now, this is his, I think, ace in the hole with this whole conversation on Welcome to Country, is that someone's banned Welcome to Country, so can't we all follow suit? Listen to this.
Well.
Townsville's dawn service. This year, a break from tradition. No welcome to country or acknowledgement.
So across Australia, there was booing on Anzac Day, except in Australia's military capital, where the most veterans, the most active personnel, the most...
Did anyone go to a dawn service? He's saying there was booing across Australia. I thought there was booing in places where the NSN folk like him rocked up to boo. And like, you know, the most integral ones, like the Sydney dawn service, the Melbourne dawn service, they tried to do the same thing in Perth. Like, was it really widespread as he's making it out to be? Did anyone go to a dawn service and hear people booing the Welcome to Country? That's not what I experienced. I think he's making it out to be a little bit bigger than what it was. I can't believe it, especially since the dawn of everything. Graeber talks about how the Wendat nations were actually key to the Enlightenment thinking. I can believe it. Sorry, I read that wrong. Yeah, they were trading with the Chinese for thousands of years, elders tell me. It literally takes zero effort to shut your mouth and not be a fash, but they love yapping. You know, it's the oldest civilization on Earth. Like Egypt, the cave drawings are the earliest recorded evidence of humans recording their life. No, but it made me very cross. First time it's ever happened. The only reason I'd be awake at dawn is that I was pulling an all-nighter. Very good. Very good. Genesis, I've read it. It kind of defines First Nation culture as very agricultural based. It has lots of factual information, but probably overstates the extent of Indigenous agricultural practice. So is this like an actual book? It's not like a kid's book. There's an actual, like, an account from a historian or something like that into the practices. I think I've seen the guy that wrote the book, actually. It's like crazy, like big head, big bearded dude who like studied Indigenous cultures and used like accounts from, I don't know what, like people, like British people at the time writing about Aboriginals and like using other types of methodologies to paint a picture. Just here to watch a transfer. I don't get up that early, lol. Yeah. My father worked for a land rights lawyer. She's well known in the Greens as well, and by no means a racist. Haven't bothered to read it based off her comments. Okay. All right, Sausage, this guy isn't loyal. He's talking about the Union Jack and he loves the UK. Yeah, I know. That's the confusing thing about this guy. They're nationalists, but they really suck off the British Empire really hard. It's interesting. Maybe don't give reviews about books you haven't read. I'm looking at it now. Apparently, Sarsaparilla Jane, apparently Aboriginals were the first to use fish farming. Bruce Pascoe. Yeah, I think that's the guy. Looks really good. Mystery. You just came in here to use an example to be a racist. You're giving too much faith here. Oh, Moo. Sorry. Yeah, big beard. Bikey, probably. It's a book about Indigenous agriculture farming practices, and I think it's against the terra nullius narrative and the need to cultivate or develop land. That's interesting. Very interesting. To make it property. Hey, that's, look, and again, like, that's capitalism, baby. That's what capitalism does. Like, it justifies areas to be turned over to the market through bourgeois property rights. So, like, you know, everyone shares the same struggles. Everyone's struggling against the clutches of capitalism. From the people that were here when British colonialists came. It's all about bourgeois property rights. To us now, we're all struggling against this economic mode. Hey, not everyone believes the Bible and they haven't read it. Everyone that believes the Bible and they haven't read it. Come in here to dunk on Indigenous people being more inferior than they like to project. And I didn't make out like I had read it. I was just trying to be honest. I know a lot of people that trashed Dark Emu after it came out. I think his sequel answers a lot of criticisms. I might be thinking of another book, not gonna lie. What resource haven't you read? Saying no, Nadok. Come on, mate. All right, let's continue with our friend here, the British subject.
And families live. There was no booing there because there was no welcome to country. The RSL sub-branch in Townsville unanimously decided against...
It's such a shit argument, though. He's like, there was no booing at the Townsville RSL dawn service because they didn't have a welcome to country. Okay. So if people are booing welcome to countries and then they don't have a welcome to country, there's nothing for them to boo at. Like, yes. That makes sense. Like, that's not a fucking gotcha moment, bro. People were booing at welcome to countries. If they didn't have one, then there wouldn't have been any booing. That's not like, see, this proves the fact that people don't boo for any other reason than it's a welcome to country. Like, that's not a proof. It's just like there was no welcome to country, so no one booed. Like, what point is he trying to make here, this guy?
This year having the welcome to country. And the RSL president there said it's because the day is about remembering the fallen. And you might say, hang on, isn't the welcome to country about remembering the Aboriginal soldiers? Well, the welcome to country in Melbourne, for example, didn't even mention the Anzacs. Not Aboriginal, not white, no mention. And that actually kind of speaks to what the welcome to country actually is and why it's particularly harmful on Anzac Day. Welcome to country is absolutely a political message. It frames mainly white people as guests on stolen land. That's really the whole subtext. Now that is particularly harmful on Anzac Day because the Anzacs didn't go and fight for Gadigal land or Aboriginal land. They fought for the Empire, the King, and at the time what was considered white Australia. Now that means the Aboriginals also fought for all of those things. They weren't fighting for their own thing, their own land, they were fighting for Australia. The Aboriginals, well, the very small amount because officially they were barred from service, would have ultimately been fighting for whatever Australia's goals were. So for like 100 years later to include a ceremony that makes moot all that sacrifice, it's all just stolen land, is incredibly disrespectful because you can commemorate the Aboriginals, but you don't have to do so in a way that's like some white guilt ceremony dressed up as reconciliation. And that's fundamentally what this is all about. The reason why Welcome to Country is pushed everywhere, it's pushed at the footy, it's pushed at the Anzac Day dawn service, everywhere, it's because it's there to guilt white Australians. It's there to make them feel sorry for being a white Australian. That the land they're on, it's not theirs, it's stolen land. Now the reason certain people have decided that they want Australians to think that way is it's quite convenient if you want mass immigration or to steal Australia's resources, whatever it is, if the actual Australians feel ashamed to be Australian, like they can't stand up for the country, they don't want to fight for it.
This is a very interesting fucking argument line here. Okay, so in order for foreign capital interests to fly into the country and steal our resources, buy up all of our property, etc., it actually helps them for all of us to be brainwashed, I guess what he's saying, into feeling guilty. Is this the argument? Are we all hearing this right? Am I giving this the time of day? If the Australian population feels guilty about being on stolen land, then corporations and foreign capital can come in and buy up all our resources and take all our houses away or something like that because everyone's like, well, it's all stolen land anyway. So I guess it doesn't matter if transnational corporations come in and the Chinese come in and buy up all of our resources and take all our shit away. That's some interesting, like, you know, I'm down with a conspiracy theory like the next person, but that's some long range shit. Like, I know that the system is set up to help like the capitalist class massively, but like this whole, the only reason that we do Welcome Country is to brainwash people into thinking that we're on stolen land and thus allowing evil foreign capitalists to come and take all of our shit. That's some next level stuff. That's some crazy fucking conspiracy stuff right there, I must say. That's an interesting theory. I gotta give it to him. It's mental gymnastics and yoga all in one. Wow, good point. I think they actually think they will take our houses away. Like, oh my God, dude. Yeah, this is a day for Anzacs who were white, especially the Maoris. Yeah, because the Aboriginals would have landed on the moon if the evil white man didn't keep them down. But did we really land on the moon? Dun, dun, dun. Just putting it out there. I'm calling it now. This guy gets pegged by Aboriginal women. Oh my God, politically marginalized people are doing politics. Interesting. Have we got a new person here? Will they go and fight in wars today? Who? Ben Yi Shuran. Who go and fight in wars today? Our gentleman over here, Hugo, and the NSN. I bet you they wouldn't. Bet you they wouldn't go and fight wars.
We've seen that literally in the recruitment numbers. So Welcome to Country has no place really anywhere, but especially Anzac Day. So congratulations to Townsville. It's no surprise the actual garrison city, fortress city of Australia rejects this stuff wholeheartedly. Well.
Okay, so like that's pretty lame kind of stuff here. And it's just that like his big nail in the coffin argument is just like, see, where they don't have a Welcome to Country, no one boos. See, that just proves it. It's like, well, yeah, okay, because they don't have a Welcome to Country. Like, you systematically sent your NSN people across the country out to boo where there was a Welcome to Country. So it's not like a gotcha moment to say that where there was no Welcome to Country, there was no booing. That just makes sense. Like, it just makes sense. What are they going to do? Rock up and just boo at the Anzacs? Or the Anzac dawn service? Like, that doesn't make any sense. I don't think his gotcha moment there was as incredible as what he was thinking it was going to be. I think his main point should have just been, look, Townsville, the RSL club decided at Townsville not to have a Welcome to Country. We didn't want that shit. And so, like, he should have just been like, look, if the Townsville RSL club or something had the balls not to do a welcome to country, then the rest of the Australian RSL cucks should have the balls to not have a welcome to country. And, like, you know, I'm all for that. If an RSL decides not to have a welcome to country, let the RSL decide. But I really don't think it was the gotcha moment that he really thinks it is, man. Like, seriously. He's not that clever. He's really not that clever of an argument. I don't know, man. I'm not convinced by that one. Nick Shirley variants. They're multiplying like tribbles. Oh, gee, surprise Queensland being racist and dumb. But the main problem I have with Welcome to Country is that Anzac Day is about honouring all the veterans regardless of race, and having Welcome to Country takes away from the significance of the day. No booze at my dawn service, just saying. And did you have a Welcome to Country at your dawn service, Dilemmas? That's why I asked the question before. What the hell does booing do, mate? I don't know, it just gives them reason. Like, he used it as a threat, basically, before. The main problem I have with Welcome to Country... having Welcome to Country takes away from the significance of the day. I love a Welcome to Country. It makes me feel part of community. Oh, so there was a Welcome to Country at yours and there was no booing. Got it. I got it. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, look, I'm not down with Hugo on this one. His argumentation is shit. It's just there was no booing at the place that didn't have the Welcome to Country. Like, I think that's just a no-brainer. Yeah, no booing here either. And we have plenty of cookers. Well, that just goes to show that it really is just a fucking NSN ploy, this whole thing. I also don't believe that we should have a public holiday on the Monday if it lands on a weekend. You don't believe that? I don't know, man. That sounds like an attack on the working class here, Momopa. Let the people have as many fucking public holidays as they want, bro. Come on. How dare you? Let the people have their public holidays. Even if they have to work, at least they get paid penalty rates. Yeah, more public holidays. My God. Welcome to Country is overused, but what ding-a-ling booze at a dawn service? That's a good Dilemma's take right there. Pick your time. Who boos at a dawn service? Honestly. Who throws a shoe? Like, honestly. All right, this one's for Spandonk. I don't think Spandonk is still here, but I'm going to do this anyway to wrap us up for our Far Right Fridays, ladies and gentlemen. We are going American for this one, so sorry. But like, obviously these people are very influential in the Australian scene, it would seem. But we're going to a special interview. That's right, it's your friend and mine, Rob Schneider, is a carrot. Now, this is trigonometry. I don't know much about trigonometry. Like, it sometimes comes up on my feed. I guess they're just like balanced podcasters that just like to interview anyone to have a serious discussion. But like, Rob smacks of like a whingy douchebag who's decided that he's going to go all in on his gripes with society, and he's going to pin that on, I don't know, migrants and wokies and all that sort of stuff, especially the wokies. This guy seems to be one of those people that just is so anti-woke. It's in his blood. Maybe he's been called a fascist too many times or a racist or something, and it's gotten under his skin massively. And so because he doesn't like being called a racist, he's going to double down on it. Trigonometry are Zionists? Oh, okay. Rob is desperation. That's a really good way of articulating it, eh? He seems desperate as fuck when he talks. He bombed a set, I think, and lost it. That's hilarious. Oh, you're still here? Yeah, there you go, Van's still here. I'm still voting a straight Germany ticket. Oh my god. Trigonometry is a podcast for neocons. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, anyway, this is a suggestion that's come through from Spandonk. He said we should check this out on a Far Right Friday. Does anyone have any fucking preferences about like what we want to hear Rob Schneider whinge about? California politics and culture, Chappelle, Netflix and cancel culture, Charlie Kirk's legacy, immigration and the draft. Ooh, I wouldn't mind knowing about the draft. The American attitude, censorship and US politics, woke backlash and free speech. Oh my god, I've got to go for fucking woke backlash here. Great, another 90s comedian spiraling down the right-wing grift network. It is pretty spirally, this one. It's hard to choose. Rob Schneider is a carrot. All right, maybe I'm going to do the woke one. I'm drawn to moth to the flame when it comes to fucking woke stuff. I've got to hear his take on how wokies have destroyed the world. Let's do this.
But hasn't that always been the case? I mean, take Bill Hicks. I mean, Bill Hicks used to go to the Deep South and do jokes about Christianity, laughing about Christianity when it wasn't cool, when it literally, you know, could have endangered your life.
I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't think it would have. I mean, I think you would have had protesters, just like there was protesters when The Life of Brian came out, because it would just happen to be the, because it had to do with Christianity at all. But I thought, that it was consistently rated the greatest British comedy of all time, and it was hilarious. But it was as John Cleese and Michael Palin would say, they didn't change one word of the Sermon on the Mount, but it's just the fact that was funny is like somebody who couldn't hear it. I think he said, "Blessed all the cheesemakers." I mean, that's funny. So to have an open mind to that. But I don't believe that even Bill Hicks in that day, his life was endangered. I think he had people who were angry at him, but not in the same way like you'll have, as Ian Hersey Ali says, you can have the Book of Mormon, but let's see you guys write the Book of Muhammad and see how long that stays open.
I'll pass on that one. Thank you.
But isn't the cultural fear?
Of course.
The cultural fear of that, you can't even say it. You could without thinking, oh yeah, you could never do that.
Well, Jimmy Carr has a great joke about this, which is, a lot of Christians complain that you make fun of Christians, but you don't make fun of Islam. And he's like, well, stop blowing shit up. Then I'll not make fun of Christians either.
That's so perfect. But I think, though, with this challenge, I think it's good because what you're seeing now in the United States and what I'm talking about now in state, which is, I think, is you have to challenge them and push them. Otherwise, it's not fun. You got to be some kind of contrarian. So it's nice talking about. The interesting thing that's happening is women, like white liberal women.
Here we go.
I love the way you said that. It's women.
White liberal women.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's nothing to do with that I'm divorced now. This is women. No, it's women. No, but is that they were doing things that are against their best interests, putting themselves in danger, whereas, men, traditionally that's what they do, and men have that. They're used to it. Every guy, by the time they're a teenager, you meet another guy at some point. Still, you still think a little bit like, if I have to kick this guy's ass, could I? I mean, is he going to beat my ass? If he has cauliflower ears, you go, okay, this guy doesn't care about his face. I'm going to leave him alone. It's a part of his face. Doesn't have a problem with looking messed up. And so, but women don't have that. So I was saying that's why women put themselves in positions of danger that they're not used to. That's what happened in Minnesota, and it said women could be emotionally manipulated to do something that.
What the fuck is he talking about? Did he just say women put themselves in danger? Let's look at what happened in Minnesota. Is he referencing what happened to that Renee Good chick? Is that what he's saying? She got shot in the face by that rogue fucking ICE officer because she put herself in danger, and a man wouldn't have done that. Is that what he's talking about? Oh man, I'm punching the screen. Yes, he is. Is that what he's saying though? Like if Renee Good had a cock and balls, he wouldn't have done that stuff in the car and he would still be alive today because men process safety in a different way when dealing with other men. I guess that's what he's saying. Mark Levin called it the woke Reich because they don't like genocide in Palestine. That's the whole narrative, LOL, yeah. The narrative the White House said too. Women make irrational decisions. Fuck, I missed all of that analysis. Wow, and who presented that theory from the White House? What, Carolyn? Did she do that presser? Yeah, it's women. They make irrational decisions. I'd like to see her do that with her little cross. That's crazy. That's what he's referencing when he says Minnesota. This is fucking mental. Like, I'm all for theories on why she got popped by an ICE agent. But like, that's pretty fucking... That's clutching at straws there.
Puts them in danger because for the cause. That manipulation, that emotional manipulation, like this woman wasn't even a lesbian.
It was Carolyn Levitt? No fucking way. God. No self-respect at all. Women are hysterical and have constant PMS. That's why they put themselves in danger. Mystery, they literally just say the quiet part out loud. They don't care. ICE agent clearly meth addicts. Trigger happy America.
She was straight. But for the cause, she became, into this. She got roped into this, become a lesbian during, for the cause. And I was like, that's the difference between men and women. I don't care what the cause is.
I'm not taking a dick up my ass.
Pretty much. So, but
what are they talking about? What the fuck is he talking about? What the fuck? Did he just say that she was straight and she was all good until she got roped into some liberal diehard cause and so she became a lesbian just because she has like a political ideology for like wanting to stop ICE agents? Oh man. We went straight into the deep end on this one. Usually I watch the intros of this so they warm up, but like we are fucking right in the thick of it here, ladies and gentlemen. Is this even like right-wing stuff or is this guy just a fucking dumbass? Maybe this is right-wing stuff. Maybe I'm just not used to it. I'm becoming a lesbian for the cause? Yeah, fucking me too, bro. I'm with you. I'm going to become a fucking lesbian for the cause. I didn't know if it was that simple. Hey? To be a revolutionary, I will need to become a lesbian. I'm going to have to put my body on the line for this one. All right. That's a lie. He definitely been pegged at least. That's fucking hilarious, bro. Oh, so good. Yes, that's what he's saying. She married her then. Her husband died and she had a same-sex relationship after that. Right. Bro, American politics is so shoved up its own ass. It's like a fire hose of falsehoods being fed back into itself. Oh, man. The lesbian thing is quite obvious in the US. They made cis a slur, so everyone was suddenly something else. This was all said by the right-wing policies at the time. Mystery, this is the basic narrative they tried. Oh, really? Or that she became a lesbian for the cause. I missed all of this. I miss all of this discussion. I've tried a few times. I wish I was a lesbian. Well, like, just take up a cause. Go to America and start protesting against ICE, and sooner or later, Heidi, you'll be a lesbian, apparently. Interesting. Wow. I'm learning so much here. This is interesting.
Taking a dick up my ass.
Pretty much. So, but again, but what I try to build to the point about how women could be emotionally manipulated, and I said, 85% of white liberal women voted for Kamala Harris to save democracy, even though Kamala Harris wasn't even put in democratically. They just, they just took Joe Biden out. Joe Biden basically a corpse.
The ICE protests to the lesbian pipeline. We're gonna have a new segment, the lesbian pipeline. Have to get rid of Far Right Fridays.
Our battery and which the Democrats still don't admit to, that his brain wasn't functioning. And they just put Kamala in to save the democracy. So the joke is, replacing Joe Biden with Kamala Harris is like changing your shirt because you shit your pants. And then, everybody feels like they got their money's worth.
But you know what? The point about Bill Hicks is interesting, though, because the threat side I don't know about, but you must know this, that his final Letterman appearance was canned.
Yeah.
They didn't publish it until after he passed away because it was too controversial.
At that time, it was too controversial. You're right. So there was a, I think it was a stricter time. I think
worse in Canada, which is why they're up to MMI WG2S LGBTQIA+. Thank you for clarifying. And it's all those goddamn liberals' fault. Bro doesn't understand how the political system works. Lick her Thursday. Thank you, Hobo Joe. Good suggestion. I'll leave Far Right Fridays alone then, shall I?
But I think that's obviously a mistake. But I don't think it's the same kind of jeopardy as like Charlie Hebdo, So I think but anytime you go up against, we have to go up against the societal, whatever the constricts are. We have to be contrarians, otherwise we're not doing our job. But it is, it can be dangerous as far as, I have to have gun checks at shows, and it's dangerous to leftists, So, it's nuts to me. Not nuts that we have guns in America. I'm all for it.
A little Monday munch. Hey. Whoa. Everyone's coming out with the zingers today. They're giving it genocide status up here. Newsweek. Oh my God, you're actually serious. This is actually a thing. XNF, you're not joking. Oh my God.
I didn't used to be, but now I understand.
Do you have the audience lock their phones in a pouch?
I don't do that because I don't think it matters anymore. I used to think they could get canceled, but once they've tried to cancel you so many times and you survive, you go like, what can they do to me at this point,
Yeah.
And also if they want to do it, I think it's kind of a childish. I do think though for the, the guys who are making like, $40 million on Netflix, they don't want to get their jokes out too early. I get that. But at this point, I don't think it's, I used to do that, but it's expensive.
Yeah.
You got to bring the pouches. And then it's also a pain in the ass for them. The audience, like, let them be adults. If they want to go on their phone, people are addicted to their phones.
No, the reason I bring it up is, and it's something I think about with podcasting now as well, because what happened was you had the mainstream media, which basically thought that everyone in the world had the attention span of a mosquito, right? And they whittled the soundbite down to like this, right?
And then the opposite is you guys.
And then the podcast came along, went, But now what's happening is, and we've even had guests who shall remain nameless who'll go like, so was there a clip in that? And you just go,
no.
Like, with all respect, I understand I have clips of mine, you have clips of yours going out on things. That's totally cool. But it changes the act of making it this changes the thing.
It does.
And the same with stand-up, I think. And it's the same with, like, you're trying out material, recording something out of context, putting it online, all of that.
True.
That's why I was asking.
No, you're right about that because, because I do ask at some point for women to, I try to get them to a point where I'm manipulating, subverting them to, it's like, because they're emotionally that you can manipulate, for that. So I try to get their empathy and go, it's because you're so, you have so much empathy and compassion. That's why you raise children. That's why there's so many of us. You're incredible, man. But then I get to the point where you can be manipulated to use this empathy for people who don't deserve it. And then I ask them to reconsider their right to vote. But then I say, no, there's still plenty of things to vote for. You can still vote. I'm not saying you can't vote. I'm just saying just not for the important things. But there's still plenty of things.
They canceled Chris Lilly, didn't they? That's an interesting point. I thought that was atrocious, I must say. I had so much fun watching Chris Lilly as a kid. Like all the different friend circles, like with the cousins, all that sort of stuff. We used to laugh so much and just like spit out Chris Lilly quotes all the time. And yeah, he got cancelled. Was it Summer Heights High that did it? Because he was like dressing up like an islander, and people like in retrospect were like, no, you can't do that. His show got cancelled because it wasn't funny. Oh man, I used to love Chris Lilly back in the day. Summer Heights High was fucking hilarious. But like, I guess we had a lot of Islanders where I grew up. So like, I thought that was hilarious. Didn't someone put a Chris Lilly gif in the comments the other day? I thought it was you, Ravy. Of him dancing? Yeah, it was you. You must like Chris Lilly, though. You put him when he was that drama teacher. Fuck, that was the most. Yeah, Mr. G. That's the one. Puck you, miss. Puck you. Yeah. Yes, that was me. So you don't like Chris Lilly. Why would you use this reference? I think Chris Lilly was pretty fucking funny. I didn't realize, though, until you couldn't find him. Oh, you do like him. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I didn't realize until you couldn't find him anywhere that he'd been cancelled. The woke police out ruining comedy again. Summer Heights High is dope. One of my online aliases is named after Mr. G. Yeah. Very interesting. But like, what's this guy whinging about? Like, I cannot follow this. Like, what is he whinging about here? He's like, oh, let's just, like, I tried to manipulate women by talking about them being empathetic to then catch them with a why should you even vote question. Like, are we still debating whether women should have a vote? Is that a thing? Or is this like part of a joke that he's setting up? Like, is this actually a thing? Or is he being just a smart ass or something? I didn't get it, man. Oh, his show after Jemay, he literally did blackface and was a bit much for Netflix. I think it was on. Right. Okay. And then what's the Little Britain? They did blackface as well, and I think they got cancelled for stuff too. He was playing Rachel character who was a white South African trying to be black. Okay. He's just trying to get a sponsorship with right-wing anti-woke sponsors. Yeah, I guess. Mighty Boosh too, really. Yeah, what is this? This is just fucking nonsense. Maybe we should go to another section. He hasn't even talked, he hasn't said the word fucking woke yet. I'm disappointed. Let's go to something tokenistic for these people. Migration and the draft. Let's try that.
The military draft. And for sure, I mean, a lot of other countries do it. I mean, I would say military draft. It's controversial, but I think we should reinstall the military draft. And for sure, I mean,
How do fucking people feel about this one? Like, do they honestly believe we should have a military draft? Seriously. Didn't think that was actually a thing. Seems like he hates women now after he's divorced. Does another right-wing Grindr account? Because he's a Zio. That's why he wants a Zio, I should say. Zio. Remember how they removed a poo from The Simpsons as well? Outrageous. Is that because he had an Indian accent and it wasn't being done by an Indian? Or is it just because it was racist? I can't remember the conversation on that one. I got lost in that one. I love when men of non-fighting age say we need the draft. Yeah, what the fuck? Thank you. Good fucking point. Good fucking point. Just here to watch a trash fire. Thank you very much. Outrageous. One guy did like 8 voices, and so they had to get rid of it because it was racist. Yeah, men of non-fighting age saying we need the draft. Yeah, it's easy to say when you're washed up like this guy.
of other countries do it. I mean, I would say that if you look up Rob Schneider right now, there's a lot of hate and stuff online. Because I think we should, this is something that it's controversial, but I think we should reinstall the military draft. And for sure, I mean, a lot of other countries do it. I mean, I would say many countries do it. We used to do it here because what it would do is be a cohesiveness again, a union, and bring people together because, you know, there are no separate religions and foxholes. no separate beliefs. There's no party affiliation. It's just we're all in this.
It's so good. Like it's an interesting point. I got to give it to him though. Like Mamupa, no to the draft. Like, look, you want social cohesion? You want to bring the country back together? This is how you do it. If everyone has to serve, then like it's a great equalizing force. Everybody, race, religion, creed, everybody in a foxhole together, under fire, in a danger. That's how you bring a group together, an entire country together, bring back the draft. Like, he is not wrong. He's not wrong. If everyone had to serve, everyone could at least share that one thing. That makes a culture. That makes a culture. The Spartans know. Look at what happened to the Nazis. They had to call up kids from Hitler Youth in the end. My dad was called up for Nam, but luckily for him, Whitlam got in. Crazy. There are, LOL. Ban religion. Everyone serves. Sounds an awful lot like Is Not Rail. Everyone serves. There are definitely differences within the foxhole, LOL. No, I don't want to fight for Is Not Rail, Yeah, that's fine. But like, think of the social cohesion. My dad's number didn't come up, so he was lucky not to go. My uncle went through. It was a lottery. Yeah.
Together. And I think we need to, for one, get kids in shape, get people, to realize for young people that they need to, freedom comes with eternal vigilance, and it comes with sacrifice.
Freedom isn't free.
I took my kids to Rome, and we went to the military cemetery outside Rome, the United States Military Cemetery, and we said, "This is the ultimate sacrifice." Is what Lincoln said. This is the final. He described it as the last full measure of devotion for our country, and that is. You see, that guy's 19. This guy was 26. This is Lieutenant Colonel. He died here for our freedoms. This is what the sacrifice is. So I do think it does take a shared sacrifice, and I hope that.
So let me just get this straight. Like, in order for you to have social cohesion, 18, 19, and 26-year-olds have to fucking die. Is that what we're talking about here? Like, look, so you can take your kids there one day and be like, look, this guy was really young when he died. Isn't that great for the country? Like, that's what we're talking about here. This is a really weird way of arguing things. So you can show your kids, you can go on your fucking Roman holiday with your Hollywood money, with your fucking rich, spoiled children, and be like, look, this guy was fucking 18 when he died. This guy was 26. They paid the ultimate sacrifice for the country. Like, that's what nationalism is like sending young people to die for their country. So you can say that they've made the ultimate sacrifice. There's some warped views here. I'm not down with this, man. If there were no armies, we wouldn't have war. Yeah, but like, what would we spend all the excess capital on? This man was in some of the dumbest movies of the previous generation, and now he's telling kids to be an adult. LOL. What the fuck? That's a pretty fair point. Sounds like an effing clown. A lot of veterans are the victims dying. Sorry, a lot of veterans are the victims dying to replace the Tally Bros with the Tally Bros. Yeah, what the fuck? I'm not down with this argumentation here.
Be able to do that and accomplish a unity that we do need with young people.
That's a concern, is that we do seem to be more and more divided. And maybe we do need something like this, something to come in and go, look, we can't achieve it naturally, we need an artificial policy to come in and help it, people, especially when people are on their phones all the time.
I think so. I think if you can bring people together, regardless of whatever money they have, regardless where they came from. Here's another thing that it'll do. If you have no one is excluded out of this. So if you have a senator's son, if you have, Mark Zuckerberg's kid, everybody's going to think twice about putting these kids instead of a selective service, or instead of just somebody volunteer service. You have this selective service where you have to join. it's going to make people and leaders and hopefully the public think twice about any foreign wars, because it's not just some other kid's kid, it's your kid. And I think that will be a positive thing for foreign policy as well. You'd have to really think, is this really in our national interest to do this? Is it really? You know?
I was wondering if he has a little self-affirming voice in his head yelling, "You can do it." Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Oh my God. Does anyone care about the 1,500 beagle puppies they saved? Jeez, guys, I don't even know you right now. I'm stoked at this one. I don't even know, is this even right-wing stuff? Like, can someone who's right-wing tell me, is this like a talking point for right-wing people? Like, we need to bring back the draft so we have better social cohesion. Kids get off their phones. And we could equalize the playing field so the rich can't decide on wars too hastily. And like, if the rich have to send their kids to draft, they won't decide on wars. Did you know they were doing experiments on dogs? No, I had no idea. Yes, Ravy Baby. Yeah, but you're not a right-wing person, I don't think. I need to hear it from someone. But you hear some people say that we should make people on Centrelink serve? That sounds like some good right-wing talking points to me. What are we going to do with all these dole bludgers? Let's make them serve. That'll teach them. That's what you get for needing the social safety net. Loser. Now you can join the army. Ah, there we go. That makes more sense. But this like general draft stuff, this is crazy.
And so I think that mitigates some of the negatives of it. Like, I don't want to have to go 2 years, fuck that, you know? And I do think it'd be good to get kids off their phone. It'd be good to get kids united together as one nation. This divide that's happening, this multiculturalism, this diversity, it's all a ruse to divide. And I think we need to unify. If we're going to continue to keep this country going, if we're going to continue to have Western civilization going, there are some pretty darn good things to Western civilization that we're saving. Rome, London, Londonistan, or whatever you guys call it now. But what are your ideas to save it, Western civilization?
The draft? That's how we're going to save Western civilization. There's no social cohesion, so we need everyone in the service. 2 years service. That'll bring about social cohesion. And that'll save Rome. That's going to save Rome. Wow. Sarsaparilla Jane. Yeah, I think Pauline has called for a draft. For Centrelink recipients? Fuck. Isn't that just work for the doll? LOL. Dilemmas. What do you think about the draft? Yeah, I think it's a bad idea. This is crazy. I just thought we were past this stuff as like a human race, as opposed to this being even a left or a right issue. You should watch the Majority Report to hear the right-wing talking points getting dunked on by Papa Sam. Interesting. What about pensioners? Tough. Gotta serve. Cannon fodder. I know we will never get Star Trek at this rate. No.
What are our ideas to save Western? Wow. Now I think number one is getting people to be grateful for what they have. I think we live in a place where we are permanently anti-gratitude. I think social media, Instagram, really worsens that, exacerbates it. You go on Instagram, you're like, why don't I have that? Why don't I have a yacht? Why don't I?
Yeah, there's a grievance.
Yeah.
Envy.
Yeah.
Which I think most people experience at some point, but the trick is to convert it into aspiration.
That's one thing I mean about the United States that I think was so...
It's what you have here. Even now, you have an aspirational culture.
You do, and it's, because I remember when I was in England in the 90s, I remember hearing somebody saying something. The difference between your country and mine. I think I did an Aussie accent.
Have you said thank you once to the president? JD to Zelensky. Have you even said thank you? Huh? Have you?
Or to do like more of a Cockney one, I love that London has 4 different accents. Just London itself. That's 'cause
Yep.
these people didn't go over here. But I remember saying, like, you know, the difference in the United States, generalizing. This is from England. This is an English guy in the 90s. So don't attack me. But in America, like, if a guy's driving a pickup truck and he sees somebody driving by in a Cadillac, he goes, "Oh man, someday I'm gonna drive a Cadillac just like that dude." But in England, it'd be like some guy's driving a pickup truck and some guy drives by in a Bentley. Someday that asshole's gonna drive a pickup truck just like me. Fuck yeah, you rich fuck. You know? So I don't know, is there anything to that?
That's entirely accurate.
Yeah.
We talk about it all the time, man. And it's only when we came to America, we actually realized that we thought we were just weird in England.
Yeah.
And then we realized, oh, we just have the attitude that most people in America have. It's why we love coming here. And it's not to shit on Britain. Britain's amazing, amazing place. But the one thing that we lack in the UK that we try and bring back with, you know, with our team and the way we do trigonometry and the people we talk to is that, which is like, go for it. If you don't have what you want, go for it. Don't blame other people. Don't point your finger. The opportunities, thank God for the internet. Right?
Yeah.
The internet is there now. Just go for it. Go make it happen.
You can. That's why I think it was so frustrating for the Democrats. They lost this one.
The old "don't be jealous of rich people, just aspire to be rich" argument remains. If anything, it gets more intense as we get into a more and more isolated existence in this form of surveillance capitalism that we live under. The community's gone and everyone's in a little individual rat race against themselves to be the best version they can be. And if you don't make it, like the other rich people you see around you, then you failed. You're the problem. So they are American. Please leave the UK, LOL. Interesting. Hello, are you Joe Roganing a cigar mystery? Look. Oh, you might not have been here at the start. Yes, I am chewing on a cigar all day long today. I was having a conversation with a partner in crime of mine, a strong revolutionary spirit. And we were just noting that all the good revolutionaries from the 20th century, always you see them pictured with a cigar. And so I was like, look, I'm going to have to do today's stream chewing on a cigar now. And the rest is history. So yeah, I have been randomly chewing on this thing today. I'm not lighting it. I'm not doing that in the house. But like, you know, they're fun to chew on, that's for sure. And like, don't you feel more revolutionary now? Like, don't you want to join the revolution when you see someone talking shit with a cigar as a prop? Eh? It's the fucking revolutionary zeal for May Day. That's what it's all about. Or yes, Rob Schneider is a carrot. That's all I can think about when I see this guy. Rob Schneider is a stapler. And he's going to find out that being a stapler isn't all that it's cracked up to be. Yeah, I respect it. It looks good. I feel more faith in your knowledge just looking at you. Thank you. Like, don't you take me more seriously in my revolutionary ambitions now that I have a cigar? Like, yeah, you know what? Maybe there will be a revolution after all. Eh? I feel the part, man. And he's going to find out that being a carrot isn't all that it's cracked up to be.
When Oprah Winfrey's like, it's a system of white supremacy. You may never get to vote again. It's like, shut up. You're a black woman who's a billionaire because of this system that you're shitting on right now. Yeah. It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely...
It's Shay. Thank you. Someone's finally called it. Thank you very much, Farias. You knew.
Hypocrisy to its zenith. And I think people saw that. Yeah. You know, and it's like, and I think it's... So I think it's a good thing. But I want to keep progressing and kind of going back. And I think if anything, there's a cycle that kind of comes back. And I would like to see that cycle come back with the sense of young people taking pride in their nation and in the culture that they have. It's beautiful. Because I remember like the difference is the hordes that came in back up until 1921 in immigration. They came in from Poland, they came in from Italy, they came from Ireland, and they came with a flag. We are America. We don't speak English, but we're gonna be with that flag. We're America. Huh? And they came and they gave to the culture, and the culture took from them, and it was an exchange. As opposed to, what's dangerous is people coming into the culture.
That is such a shit representation of history. Like Italians, Irish. What are the other examples that are used? When they migrated to the US, they were treated just like the Americans are treating migrants today. They were told that they were less than whites and like northern white Europeans. And they were the scum of the earth. They wouldn't let them into certain places. They had them segregated. They were second-class citizens for ages. It wasn't until you had other groups of migrants come in, and then it became about skin color more than the fact that these people were fucking Irish or these people were from the Mediterranean or something like that. And these people like pasta or these people like potatoes. Once it went beyond that, or these people are Catholic and we're all Protestants. Once it became like a skin tone thing, then the Italians and the Irish were considered to be white Americans and they were acceptable. Like this is just a warped representation of history. When the Italians and the Irish first went into the US, they were treated like absolute scum. Like, come on, bro. There wasn't like, oh, the Italians, the Irish came here and they contributed to society. And everyone's like, oh, well, at least you're contributing, so we'll let you migrate here. It was not like that at all. Come on, bro. For fuck's sake. You got to know history a bit better than that, man. This is revisionism. You don't know what revisionism? That's fucking revisionism. Like there's enough evidence. Just do a fucking Google search, bro. Google images and just look at some of the stuff that used to be around to stop Irish people or Italians or whatever from going into shops and being segregated when they migrated to America. They didn't just come and contribute, and the Americans at the time, the Protestants usually were just like, yeah, you guys are wonderful people, you're contributing. It was not like that. They were demonized massively. He could have a better understanding of history than that. He's got plenty of time. I'm sure he could. You can do it. Overlook the struggles of migrant marginalized communities. You can do it. Wogs. How'd your day go? White Australia was racist. Like Pauline. Yeah, I saw the old right have a fairy tale idea of the past. It wasn't just because everyone was European that they all got along. They fucking hated each other. Did you forget about the Irish need not apply, should not apply? Like, come on. Yeah.
Took from them, and it was an exchange. As opposed to, what's dangerous is people coming into the culture that are taking more out and not putting in. So we have these Somalians who've been here for, not to pick on Somalians, but I'm going to pick on Somalians. 10 years of being welfare, still stuck on welfare. And it's a different system. And, that you don't realize, seriously, the most gullible people in America, Minnesota. And God bless them. But I remember I was doing comedy there in the 80s, and they go like, I was getting gas with our car. Back then, we didn't even rent a car. Just, comedian's got a car, he's going to drive. And I'll pay for gas, whatever, And they said, oh, you can pay with a check if you want. What are you guys, morons? People just bounce the check. That would never happen in California. But in there, you still pay for it. Up to the 90s, they were still paying checks at gas stations. And I went like, these are very vulnerable, gullible people. If any Somalian ever...
They look bored as fuck. I think they do, don't they? Why are they interviewing him then? Maybe it's just for their audience, I guess. Minnesota is not to be trifled with. They know their rights. Yeah. Daniel Brunt, he's done the thing. Thank you. Rob Schneider is a carrot. And he's going to find out that being a carrot isn't all that it's cracked up to me. And I wore an onion on my belt, as that was the style at the time, you see.
It's over here. They're going to rip this people blind. But yeah, we have to be careful of people who don't come in with, that's what we're susceptible about in a free society. People coming in who are bad faith actors. They don't really want to come in to be part of the society. They want to come in and abuse the society and take as much out as they can, or have no part to do with it. Just kind of separate, or even worse, conquer your society. That doesn't sound like people who are good faith, and I think people are waking up to that. So I think with that in mind, the bad faith actors, we just need to recognize them, because I do think there's a blind spot in the West. I definitely think there's a blind spot with Keir Starmer. I think for sure he's got a huge blind spot for this, and I think it's happening in the West. But it was interesting to see with Viktor Orban, and hopefully by the time this comes out, he'll have his victory there.
I keep having to fly to keep with my shit, keep up with my shit. Miss hang out with y'all. Thanks as usual, Miss Ria. I'll watch your VOD later. See you later. Good luck doing what you're doing. Good luck. Doesn't everyone have to work in a communist system? No. They get to work, Mamupa. They get to work. Think of it like that, eh? Isn't that like what people are worried about in capitalism all the time, eh? With the onslaught of the AI revolution, eh? People are worried about losing their jobs. In communism, you get to work. The system is set up like that. Just to help you out. Just to help you out. Oh, yeah. Think of it like that. Hype.
I think it's a culture. Each individual culture in Europe is worth saving, and is worth having a representation and having a sovereignty. And that, I think, is the most important issue now.
Do I also get to not work in communism? Just fudge the books and be lazy? Yeah, but don't talk about it too much. Then everyone will do it.
So you are a white supremacist.
I'm an absolute white supremacist. I'm a white supremacist in a system of white supremacy, and I look forward to benefiting from it.
Filipino white supremacist, favorite kind,
and keeping the non-Filipino Jews down as low as they suppressing the others.
Rob, always great to see you, man.
Thank you. I'm glad we got to catch up a little bit.
Yeah. Thanks, Rob. Good work, brother. Are there any other topics that we can pick off this one? Charlie Kirk's legacy. Oh, God.
And what's weird about it is you would have thought, I think, when something like that happened, that people would rally around, pull together, honor his memory.
Yeah.
What if you have the ability to work? Do you have to? I don't know. Is this like a trick question? Because if you have the ability to work and you choose not to because you have individual freedom and they're going to force you to work, is this like Stalinist communism? Or like the communist utopia? Because if it's the latter, then no, you don't have to work. It's completely up to you. Do whatever you want with your time. It's basically like a farm co-op. They pool their profits when they need to build a pipe for water supply that the government won't pay for. They pay for it with the pool of money. Well, it's a community, so if you can contribute, you do. Kaboot goat, we should watch some. Well, if you didn't work, what would you do with your time? You would end up working on something anyway. There it is. There it is. It's just really relative, isn't it? How do you define work? When you engage yourself in something? When you labor away on something? A passion project? Is that even work? We'll find out. Ride kangaroos, go to the beach. Yeah, that's the one. You might grow weed and be the weed guy. Hey, is that even work? I crochet. Is that even work? I'd be a great grower. Sure you would.
But I saw you making some jokes, about some of the people who are having a go at his wife, claiming she's involved. I mean, what do you make of all that?
Well, I think if the conservative movement can do anything, it can try to destroy itself. And so anytime it gets, we got power, how do we ruin it? Well, there is a divisiveness happening because there is a void. Charlie, that void, and people trying to take it.
That famous quote about picking a job that you love and not working a day or some shit like that. Confucius. Yeah. I could sell this stuff I make, I guess. Yeah. You have to think of it like this, and like not to go off on a fucking tangent with this stuff, but like if we actually want to talk about this properly and we're not just being smartasses, like if you think of communism as a stage in human development, it will be at a point where the technology is sufficient enough to provide for people's basic needs. So like, you know, like food, services, that will be provided because of our technological and our productive power. So like, yes, the idea is actually you could just pick something that you like to do because you just love doing it. And then you could share it with people if you wanted, like if you crochet or you grow weed or something like that. And like, you just do whatever the fuck you enjoy doing. And like, if you enjoy fucking playing video games and streaming that live, and then people want to watch you because you're such an amazing player, then like that would be your contribution to society. Like for me, I wouldn't sit there watching someone play video games, but like heaps of people love doing that. And so like that would be like, you got to think of your contribution not as something that you can sell on a market kind of thing and it has to make money for you. Your contribution literally could be like, you're sick at playing COD and everyone just lines up to watch you play COD. Like millions of people around the world want to watch you play, and that's your contribution. And like some people would be like, that's not a job, I'm just doing what I love doing. And you're like, yeah, okay, fine, you're doing what you love doing. But like some people might be like, no, that's a job because you have to entertain millions of people all day long. But like, you know, that's the idea. But a lot of people can't see that. And how could we see that in the current position in the way that we live today? Like we can't conceptualize this stuff. It's difficult because for us, you actually have to do something productive because our society requires us to be productive, because that's how it works in this day and age. Humans need to be productive because things need to be quantified in monetary terms, so then they can be traded on a marketplace somewhere. No, I'm not trying to be a smartass. Honestly, I wanted to learn what you believe. That's why I keep listening to you. Ah, okay, right. I thought we were just being generally all of us smartasses about like, you know, growing weed and shit like that. My job will be to be growing the weed. People who clean toilets versus people who perform brain surgery. Like, how do we figure that out? If that's the question. Like, I don't think there'll be many people in the world that just love cleaning toilets, so they'll pick that job, etc., etc., etc. But like, this is why I started with the whole technology thing. At a certain point, technology will be at a stage of development where what I'm explaining is you won't have to make a choice between, okay, well, who's going to clean the toilets and who's going to be the brain surgeon? Because if we look at how technology is developing at the moment, there may be a point in the not too distant future where brain surgeons are almost wiped out, because the ability for the robotics that people are designing at the moment, coupled with artificial intelligence, makes it almost redundant to have humans doing brain surgery, because like robotic arms and all that sort of stuff are just going to be so much more precise than human hands and like the skilled hand of a surgeon. So like at a certain point in time, even, you know, brain surgeons, there'll be like people that are brain surgeons that like direct and monitor the work of robots and might do it on a touch screen or something like that. But like even the idea that we'll have brain surgeons one day will be dated. And so like communism, or the idea of communism in an advanced society as opposed to like a hunter-gatherer society, is something that is heavily linked to technology, the means of production. So we're moving ever closer to a point at which labor does become more and more redundant, and labors of love become something like you can do passion projects, and like work on things that you like and contribute that shit. Like if you really do love, I don't know, growing weed and stuff like that, you grow it in such abundance and people come to you because they just like the weed that you grow, like that's communistic, I guess, because you're, you know, from each according to their ability. That's like what you enjoy doing, that's what you're good at, or what have you, and like people will find you and try and get a cut or try and get access to some of your nice products. But like, you know, just because, yeah, I think there is an inherent need for humans to want to work on stuff. It gives them some purpose. But like work isn't just like making chairs or growing weed or something. Like work could be like politics for some people, figuring out how to do, like, what's the next important issue that we need to vote on or talk about or discuss. Work comes in a variety of ways, a big variety of ways, I guess you would say. I sit around getting high all day on the dole, not the life I imagined, but it's the life I've got. A highly skilled mental press operator. Mental press operator. Well, hopefully, like, some stuff will not be required. It really comes down to technology. I think that's a big factor. I've been the most depressed when I didn't work. Is that what I read properly? Most depressed when I didn't work, right? Yeah, I think humans have an attachment to not only working on something, but like having ownership over it. I think that's a big factor that capitalism misses out on, is that like a lot of people do work, but like there's this thing called alienation. So like, just say you like actually really proud, like, you know, your work that you do for a living, it might not be the thing that is your favorite thing to do in the world, but like, you know, you do it and like you feel pride, like I guess you would say, when you finish a project or you contribute something. But like the idea that somebody else, like a boss or a manager or someone, has the final say what to do with what you produce is an alienating feeling, they say. Like, it's kind of depressing when you put all your effort into something and then your boss decides whether or not the company uses it or whether or not they shut down your project after all of your efforts. And it's like incredibly it's an incredible emotional drain for humans to have that stuff done. But like in this communist utopia, like when people have ownership of the type of work they're doing, they get a greater sense of satisfaction, supposedly, when you own stuff. I will be Minister of Slam Poetry. Heidi, people generally want to contribute to society, I think. Being long-term unemployed wouldn't feel great. There would be something for everyone to do. Exactly, having no money, you can't go out and socialize. It's a vicious cycle. Mamupa, yeah, it's depressing. I can't work anymore. It was my whole life. Took a lot of adjusting. Bravey, the dole is also not enough money for fun. It's not even enough to get by. Daniel Brown, I totally agree that there's a supply and demand factor. There's too many people and not enough jobs. But we all need to earn money to live. Where they gonna do? I guess Cuba managed the doctor problem, didn't they? They supposedly have heaps of doctors despite being communists, ? Like they do. They have so many doctors they export them to other countries in exchange for oil, apparently. So yeah. And like doctors are held up on like this mantle in capitalist society as like, oh, only, you know, people that are exclusive, like they come from the right background or rich or et cetera, can be doctors. But like, no, it's not true. It can be managed like most things. You can figure it out. XNF, communism is that thing people could just go do but don't, which somehow proves they're still oppressed. Yeah, it's a big process. I love how all of your job, your work job references involve some form of growing weed. It's just been on topic today. It's happened a lot, all right? But like, why not? Why not, eh? Hey, come on. To be honest, I loved being a worker bee. I enjoy not making tough decisions. LOL. I have agoraphobia too. I love to isolate. Interesting. I could be a baby goat supervisor. My missus does a lot of work at home, which gives her more purpose than making money. I agree with you. It's interesting. Yeah, there's a certain level of purpose of just like doing things that you have the final say over. And that's something that's a problem that capitalism actually can't really help us all with. Humans do like to do stuff, but we like to be able to control our work too. And most people don't get a say in like the value they produce. Like as adults, we spend most of our lives, right, from when you finish school to when you retire, producing shit for someone. And like some people do really awesome and amazing work, but even them, like at the end of the day, if they work for somebody else gets to decide what happens with the fruits of their labor. And it's a very disheartening effect on the human psyche, some people say. And it's just one of those issues that the current system can't resolve. And so like if you meet people out there that like as you've described, get a lot of purpose out of the shit that they do, and they don't even make money from it. They just have, they get a lot of satisfaction in life because they're doing something. It's a phenomenon that the current system of employment just can't handle very well. It's very interesting stuff. Now I'm a free laborer over this weekend. Now she is back at work. How about Joe? I want to grow weed. I was that asshole who would submit 4 different floor plan layouts for merchandising moves based on different criteria so I could always anticipate. Wonder why I burnt out. Hey, Rob Goat. Heidi says that was Germany's issue before Hitler. Some women wanted to be at home and not working, but they needed to for money. Hitler was promising them a socialist economy. No better than the tax collectors. I don't think we're getting any more value out of this guy. Like, it was a good suggestion. Thank you very much, Spandonk, if you're still listening. But like, this guy, I find he's just offensive. He's just an idiot. Like, is this really like right-wing talking points or this stuff? I guess someone answered the draft one was before. But like, some of the stuff he's talking about is just fucking dumb. I'm really surprised at that. Anyway, I gotta bounce. I'm gonna leave Far Right Fridays here. We've had, what a fucking journey we've been on today as well. It's May Day. So remember that, ladies and gentlemen. Touch your working class roots. It's May Day. Everything that you have around you, thank your fellow workers for it. If you like having a regulated work day so you're not worked until death and exhaustion, thank you, working class people. If you're on the eve of the weekend right now and you're about to step into those 2 days of freedom, thank working people. It's May Day. May Day, May Day, May Day, May Day, May Day. And then we jump straight into some crazy far-right shit. Far-right. Some interesting right-wing talking points today. So thank you, everyone who's been hanging out. I do appreciate it. If you're new here, subscribe, follow, hit the like button. People who've been giving out gift subs today, you're absolute fucking legends. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm pretty sure that's you, Hobo Joe, and Jag. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if I can go back that far. Let me just check. Yes, it is Jag and Hobo Joe. Thank you very much for gift subbing over in Twitch land. I'm not sure if anyone gave a super chat today on the YouTube, but if you did, thank you so much. I appreciate it. But if you've been donating throughout the week, like super chats and gift subbing, thank you very much. Like, I'll be able to use that money to pay for the various programs that I use to be able to do streams and stuff like that. So it's not all out of pocket. So thank you, everybody. But yeah, enjoy your weekend. Working people fought hard for you to get a weekend. Enjoy your freedom, and we will be back next week. Big shout outs to everyone who's been interacting today. Hi to the Sausage, Dilemmas, Momupa, Ravy Baby, Daniel coming in for an afternoon session, Govan, thank you very much. XNF, good to have you back. It's been a while. 4IS in the house. Who else we got here that I have missed? Lots of people, I'm sure. Kylie Waioti was hanging out before. Jag, Sarsaparilla Jane, Hobo Joe. Who else have we got? Who have I missed here? I'm sorry if I have missed you. I'm trying to go back through the conversation. Wookie was hanging out too. Just here to watch a trash fire. Who else we got? I'm sorry if I have missed you. But yeah, thank you everyone for interacting today. Have I got anyone else? Thanks for hanging out. And I will see you on Monday. Enjoy your weekend and try to, like I said, try to escape the clutches of capital if you can. Have a good weekend, everybody. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you on Monday. Cheers.